I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, a 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I came to play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, a 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, a 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, a 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando.
E eu venho a conectar outro elemento.
E agora?
Meu Deus.
We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking for
Acechar.
Hello everyone and welcome here to the first day of the Americas All-Stars 2022. Imperium is giving me the thumbs up. That means that we're ready to go for an epic day of action coming your way with some of the best teams in LATAM, Brazil and North America in an epic battle here in PUBG Mobile. My name is Maxman, one of your casters for today, but as always, I need the Robin to my Batman, I need my Imperium to my Maxman. That is going to be Imperium with me today. How you doing, man? How's it going?
I'm doing pretty damn good. I'm excited. This is another fun event that I get to do with your wonderful Smexy self, and of course get to witness the action of all of these wonderful teams. Again, this is definitely a lot more fun, and the format, we'll get into it, of course, right? It's going to be very interesting. And yeah, I'm up for this. The LATAM region, from doing many other tournaments such as the America's Elite League, always provides entertainment, always provides action. They are one of the most aggressive regions in the world of PUBG Mobile right now, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. But you know, we had a lot of PMPLs happening. We've got PMWI that's going to be happening later on, also in just a few weeks' time, actually, now that we mention it. If you do want to go outside the sphere of like PUBG Mobile Esports usual format, this is the tournament for you. We're going to do a lot of very unusual things. We're going to bring in a lot of great also influencers, which is always fun to see. Some of the best teams in the West here, once again, Americas, all of Brazil, LATAM, and also North America being involved. And we're going to have one map in particular, Imperium, that have not casted in a long, long time, and we'll see when that one comes back up. I'm really hyped to see how things are going to be coming up. But as you said, in particular, teams are very aggressive when it comes to, you know, especially LATAM and Brazil. And I think we've got a few names of teams that we expect to potentially be on top. We'll get there in due time, though, and we are going to take a quick look at the schedule to see exactly what is waiting for us at home. And exactly as we said, we're going to be having 2 days of play. This first day is going to be dedicated to these maps.
Wait,
there's been a change. Wait a second.
Has there been a change?
Where's my Vikendi? Well, I can see a little bit of Vikendi behind the Arango in the middle there. There's a little bit of Vikendi there.
Okay. Well, we are definitely going to need clarification on this for the production end. At the moment, it says Arango in the second half along with Miramar and Sanhok, but according to our information that we were provided leading up to this, we were due to commentate a Vikendi game. I want my Vikendi, Max. I want it.
Imperium, I understand, okay? The people who hired us for this event told us there was going to be Vikendi just so we would accept working on the event.
Yeah, that's the only reason why.
And then they rug pulled us, okay? It's like a crypto scheme, okay? It's like, no Vikendi for you, Maxman and Imperium. None for you. I believe we'll still get some. Like, the Vikendi is hidden behind the Arango, okay? Got one strip of Arango, of a Vikendi. Sorry, it's been so long, I don't even remember the name anymore. It's teasing us, but I do believe it's there. But as you said, we'll wait for clarification. Maybe it's changed.
And the important factor as well with regards to the Arango and Miramar maps, right, is that those maps are starting from phase 2, right? So we're getting a little bit of a boost in terms of action. The circle's going to be closer. The teams are going to be tighter together. It's going to challenge the usual hot drops or loot drops for a lot of these teams. And of course, it's to advertise the new features that are within the room client for everybody to take advantage of, and being able to set a lobby so that it starts from a certain circle is actually pretty beneficial for practicing specific elements of your game.
Yeah, also just to keep in mind that we will be starting on phase 2 circles only on Arango and Miramar. Sanhok, we're going to go with the same old. We're going to be starting at the normal time as you would see in like a normal competitive format. Only Miramar and Arango are going to be, well, I like to say, speed running a little bit. We're going to go a little bit faster. We're going to speed things up to see exactly how teams will react to that. A lot of things to take into account, as now we're going to go over real quick the format of the event. As you said, it is very peculiar, very out of the box. This first day might say, wait, Max, man, you lied to us. This is pretty normal, nothing really out of the ordinary. And yes, I agree, but wait a second. Day 2 is where things get interesting. But for day 1 Imperium, 6 teams from Brazil, 5 teams from LATAM, and 5 teams also from North America, all playing on Miramar, Arango, Sanhok, and... Wait, Vikendi's also been taken away here?
Yeah, it seems like we're waiting for clarification, but unfortunately it looks like there is a change for some reason. Look, it's sad. What we'll do for that Arango game is we'll refer to all of the areas of the map as parts of Vikendi, if we can remember, so we can call Ferry Pier Winery because it's down on the south side, and we can call Primorsk Vihar. We can call Pitinki. We can call that Podvosto. It might confuse people.
Big copium.
Indeed, big copium.
But if anyone dares to tell me global warming is a hoax, look back at the format, man. No more Vikendi. It's melted away. Okay, it's gone. Okay, is it coming back one day? I don't know. Start recycling, maybe. He'll come back at some point. We'll see. But at least that's how it's going to work out for this first day of action. We're going to have all these different maps happening on, once again, Miramar, Erangel, and Sanhok, and starting at Phase 2 circle for both Miramar and Erangel. Wait to speed things up a little bit more. To be honest, all these teams from Brazil, LATAM, North America, Imperium, I know you don't like to say favorites. Is there a region here you're really looking out for the most out of the three before we move on?
Exactly. Definitely the Brazilian teams. Not to be messed with. And what I love about this, by the way, before we move on to the next part, is the fact that the community chose these teams, by the way. So there is that little bit of a community investment. So, you know, I expect a lot of people to be in chat cheering on their team because they're here because you chose them.
Yeah, don't be too copium when your team dies, though. Okay, just be respectful. It's going to be okay.
Oh, yes.
Now moving on with day 2 format. And this is where things really get the most spicy in Imperium to see how things are going to be working out. It's because it's going to be TDM focused with some extra prize money available for the teams over there. So the TDM is going to be very interesting, very action-packed, and especially we're going to have some influencers join the party for day 2. So maybe some of your favorite YouTubers, streamers will join us over there. More details incoming very, very soon. But day 1. That prize for Imperium, 7.2k for a single day of play. That's a pretty good day rate.
It
Almost
is.
as good
It
as
is 500. Oh, good old Kalaris. Always gets mentioned in some kind of broadcast.
He loves his money.
You know, his ears must be burning constantly. You know, his spidey senses tingle. It's like, someone's mentioned my name somewhere. It's like, yes, in this event. Maximum mentioned it. Indeed, 2,600 for first place. It does drop down quite a bit to 1,900 for second and then further down for third. I like the fact that MVP is $500 and it's a bit brutal as well in its own right because out of the 16 teams that are playing, only the top 5 get prize money, right? So, you know, it's going to arguably put a lot more of a challenging positive pressure on these teams to make it into the top 5 across the 6 games.
I mean, it's all going to be about that pop-off performance, right? If you're a team that maybe takes a lot of time to get into the mood and in the swing of things to get a good result, this might not be the tournament for you to pop off and get a good result. Though, if you got some teams to build up good momentum, and I'm looking especially at Alpha 7 Imperium, this is a format that I was very close to the screen there, jump scare. But Alpha 7 are teams that has that momentum, and if they get one good game, they're going to snowball it out, and they're going to do exceptionally well on a single day of play. So you've got a lot of teams that can be exceptionally scary in this format, and I'm really hyped to see how that's going to plan out for these teams.
That's true, but I also want to put a little bit of an emphasis on, even though it's only 6 games, the consistency that can come with that. And Influence Rage are the kind of team that can pull out 12-point game after 12-point game after 15-point game after 14-point game where they don't necessarily sparkle, but it's so much in the sense of hey, we will not give up, we will constantly show up, and that will put a lot of pressure on heavy hitting teams such as Alpha 7. And let's be fair, Influence Rage have looked the best team in the Americas region over the past 3-4 months quite easily.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit saddened when I saw the Influence Rage was not making it to PMWI. It's actually the teams making it through PMPL that make it, so we'll have to see. But anyways, moving on to our next topic at hand here for this initial segment. Going to be able to see all the teams who did actually make it in this tournament. A lot of big names, a lot of big teams that I think a lot of people at home do recognize. I mean, especially as you said, Imperium, these teams have been voted by the community, so they have a very, very big following, or they just had really good success in recent years, and that's why they got picked. So when you look at Influence Rage, Alpha 7, not really too surprised. Same for Nova, same for Knights and WALLSTRETBETS. Like, these are teams, especially in the spring season of this year, a lot of them have proven themselves as really big competitors in PUBG Mobile Esports. So I'm telling you, this lobby is not going to mess around.
No, you have, you are not getting your wires crossed. You're not suffering from double vision. We do indeed have 2 MEZEXIS named teams. They are both part of the same overall organization. Just MEZEXIS Dreams is, if I'm not mistaken, MEZEXIS Dreams is the LATAM team, and MEZEXIS Esports is a North American roster. So same organization, but they have 2 different regions being represented. So I'd like to see one of the teams up in the top 5, and arguably they technically, statistically do have 100% extra chance of getting into the top 5, but that remains to be seen. Another team as well, Max, that I want to touch upon is Team QUESO. They've had an evolution in roster over the last kind of couple of months after the spring split PMPL, and there was certainly a little bit of shakiness, but I would say this current iteration, from what I've seen in the past, is the most aggressive Team QUESO side, and I expect them to hit quite heavy. They can suffer from volatility, and that might hurt them in these 6 games, but I definitely expect them to shine.
Yeah, I think that what we can say about Team QUESO when it came to the spring split, at least, is it was a team in seeking stability. And I guess from what you said, you think you potentially have found that stability in some sense?
No, not so much stability, just in terms of the aggression around it. So when they do get a good game, it looks really good. Again, the volatility is still there around some games. They genuinely can look like a bit of a tier 2 team. I'm sorry, but that, that's just a statement to kind of highlight the extreme differences between their performances. But maybe this short format of 6 games might fare well for them, like you mentioned, when you're able to get those punchy results, when you're able to get that 32-point win with a hell of a lot of eliminations.
Look, Imperium, at some point, every team looks like a tier 2 team. Okay? It happens to every team. Even the world champion, like Nova Esports, they didn't qualify for Super Weekend at some point. It happens. It happens. Nova Esports did it in PMGC, so I'm just saying, it can happen to everyone. It's fine, but as long as you pick yourself back up, it's great. Now that I'm thinking about it, and you got 1 day for the first phase, so you can't even pick yourself back up. So no, there's no room for mistakes, so you need to pop off right off the bat, so no mistake there. Though I do want to see, we did get some extra information, by the way. Unfortunately, sad news. Nova Kendi, sad news for me in particular, and the Imperium, because we're big fans of that map, but Nova Kendi is going to be happening at least on the first day of play from what we know of. Day 2 potentially, we'll see, big surprise. And also, we're also starting that phase 2 circle for the Sanhok matches, so we're really going to be speeding through all of this one. So Sanhok is going to be really odd, like starting that phase 2 right away, and the circle is going to be closing right after. I'm really intrigued to see how that's going to impact the teams and the players. Like phase 2, do you have any like speculation as to how teams might react to that?
It certainly does create an extra level of volatility. How you react is do not under any circumstances, especially in Sanhok, I could put it towards all the maps, do not in any circumstances split drop in Sanhok. Do not split drop in Sanhok. You're taking like an unnecessary risk. If you're going to drop, even if it's only 3 buildings, drop as a full squad. Play in numbers, because that's where the strength is going to lie. You lose a player early on in phase 2 of Sanhok, that's a big downhill trajectory for you. So, unless it's massively on kind of the coastal line of phase 2 or the coastal line of the circle, maybe that could work on a split drop. But even then, you're because of the fact that the circles close in quicker, you're letting time get against you, and that's always a punishment in Sanhok as a whole. So like I said, don't split drop in Sanhok.
I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing some heal strats, or at least maybe a different iteration of the heal strat potentially that's going to be happening.
You lose time.
You would lose time, right? But I'm wondering, are teams maybe going to take a different approach? Because this is not a very popular thing, right? When you look at PMPLs, when you look at PMWI, like all the formats, like at least the main official event formats like your PMPLs, etc., all have the fact that you start like, phase, I guess technically 0, moving on forward. Here's going straight into phase 2. You're already in like your mid game almost of each map, and it speeds the process up a little bit. So there's going to be potentially different strats, things being tested out by teams and players in particular, maybe things they tested in the background during scrims, if scrims even happen for this tournament. So yeah, a lot of questions that will be answered, I guess, in the next few minutes as we get ready for this one to start. And I do hear right now the game is starting soon, so be tuned for that one, ladies and gentlemen. But Imperium, okay, I guess we're going to be coming to a break with that said, guys. So thank you very much, and we'll be back in just a bit.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, talk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, I to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando.
venga a conectar a otro elemento.
We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking.
Acechando.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. For that impromptu break, wasn't sure what was going to happen. It just came out of nowhere because we are getting this ready for the first game of the day that's going to be unfolding in just a bit. We're going to be heading to Erangel normally for our first match of the day. I'm not going to speculate anymore on like maps, you know, we'll just see what comes up anymore. No Vikendi. Unfortunately, during the break, Imperium was confirmed, but Erangel is going to be our first match of the day, and actually the only day we're going to have this format in particular. And as you said, starting right into phase 2. Not going to have that relax early game stage Imperium. We're going to get right into the thick of things.
And some people might kind of turn around and say, well, what's the point of being able to start from phase 2? There's many reasons. From a fun content creator perspective, you're able to fast forward the slower parts of a custom event for your community and kind of get into the thicker part of the action. But from a competitive standpoint, I definitely think there's something to be utilized where you're able to, let's say, grab 6 teams, start from phase 4 and be able to set up practice scenarios. Might not be the same as a competitive setting, of course, but in terms of, you know, fast forwarding into practicing a late game perspective, there's scope for that in a big way. And I think it is something that is a welcome addition to the custom client for PUBG Mobile, and I hope people utilize it in whatever way that is beneficial from an entertainment or competitive standpoint.
Hey, always happy with these type of events, like, you know, 1-2 day events to try things different, and you never know if it goes really well. Like, hey, maybe we'll bring into PMPL. I say that we're not the ones who make the decision. Actually, yes, we dictate everything.
Yeah, definitely.
It's all us. No, like, there's millions of dollars in PMGC. That's our pocket money.
Yeah,
and we just put it like,
and we actually told them not to start. Like, we're the reason why there's a break. You know.
When you say stop talk, start game, like we actually decide and we talk as much as we want.
Of course.
Okay? Yeah. It's none of your business.
This is our world and you guys are just living in it. It's simply
we're the protagonist. That's it. Oh man. But okay, so I already saw Imperium on the northeastern side. A lot of teams dropped outside phase 2. So that was my main question of this phase 2 shenanigans that are going to be happening in this event, is the fact that you're going to have teams dropping potentially right away in the phase 2 or go a little bit further away. And in this case, well, seemed like no luck, my friend. V22K comes in hot with the AKM and picks up the very first elimination of the day. And he's off to a hot streak already.
Max, what did I put out there as something for teams not to do? And yes, the emphasis was on Sanhok, but I did say they shouldn't do it in Erangel or Miramar. Don't split drop.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Stink.
Yeah, okay, iNCO may not have dropped as a full squad, but they did drop as a duo. And they're able to catch out a solo, and that's the product of it, right? And yeah, it's the way the cookie crumbles, and you pay the consequences of what is a very risky strategy to pull off in this kind of format.
Yeah, and there's also going to be a lot of inexperience when it comes to this, right? So if you're a team that has, you know, been through trial and error in the past, and you have that strong synergy, you're feeling really confident about your aggressive playstyle, which is something you highlighted, right, Imperium, especially when it comes to the Brazilian teams. They are very aggressive. They're not scared to take an early, mid-game, or late-game fight. This format does not scare them. They're like, oh, we're going to drop, and like, if you're there, well, tough luck, you're dead. Pretty much what happened right there. So I think some teams that maybe do not have that structure, do not have that confidence, are definitely going to have to step up to the plate to get that confidence up. And you don't have a choice. It's a one-day event. If you're not confident today, well, you're never going to be confident, because tomorrow, this format at least is done tomorrow. So you need to be here right now.
MEZEXIS dreams.
I think that's you said it right.
Right now. Thank you very much.
That's how you say it.
Actually, formerly of Team QUESO, by the way, a very aggressive, dangerous player, has a lot of talent on his side, and I noticed when he came into the MEZEXIS roster, he was a strong addition, and he instantly was a part of the team, naturally becoming more aggressive and more controlling. Hopefully in the last kind of couple of months they've been able to synergize a bit more effectively to be a more confident and driven team, especially in this kind of format. It's going to make a big difference.
Going to make a big difference indeed. A lot of players over here in Yasnaya Poliana. We're going to be having ourselves Infinity. No, not the team that Jason keeps on picking every single time in PMGC. This is a different one. Okay, it's going to be Infinity Esports. Coming in hot, trying to get himself a little bit of a free real estate on the western side of his Yasnaya Poliana versus Knights. And Knights don't want anything to do with this. They're going to be moving away. But man, the circle already on top. I had this question. I wasn't sure. Where's the circle going to start? Like, not the circle, should I say? I didn't know where the blue zone were going to start off. Was it going to be outside of boundaries? We're going to start with, like, phase 1 would have ended. There's a lot of questions.
I think
it's already moving in.
I think it starts from where phase 1 would have ended. I'm 95% sure about that.
I was just so focused on the first elimination, I didn't even look at the blue zone Imperium. So
yeah, I kind of kept a little bit of a closer eye on it. Just a little bit of a closer
it was already there at the start then. Okay, so teams decided to go right out there, get their loot, which is fine. I think that teams... It's only phase 2. The tick damage is just very, very minor. So if you're just careful and you don't go for very, very far rotations, like, you'll be okay. That phase 2 is going to do very little to you. But you have to speed up. You need to be effective on your loot. You need to be effective when it comes to that rotation to make sure this phase 2 initial start does not hinder your progress later on.
BULUC CHABTAN looting up the school apartments area, currently in the blue of phase 2, even though it says phase 1 is indeed phase 2. The next circle has shifted up. BULUC CHABTAN are a team that have definitely made some roster changes over the last couple of months. There's a couple of the players that I'm not massively familiar. One of the past struggles with BULUC CHABTAN is not only the inconsistency around results, but they were a very passive team. I'm hoping with the adjustment in roster has turned them into a little bit more of a fire roster, giving them more confidence to try and control their rotation, their position, and just understanding what is potential consequences coming into the game of PUBG Mobile.
Our page spots out Marion. BULUC CHABTAN maybe going to be losing their first member. Jumps out of the buggy, but unfortunately to no avail. He's down and pretty much going to be flushed away as this team is nowhere to be seen. And barbecue time's coming up early. That should be their first elimination of the game.
BULUC CHABTAN, her teams rotate past them. Why are you sending a solo? Now, luckily it is traded within reason, but there is a needless point in that moment of losing a solo player like that. Again, this is starting from phase 2. There's no need to rotate as a solo. Stick as a team. Use your bodies to your advantage.
I guess you could say it was a bit unnecessary to lose a player that way, but at least if there's one positive, now they have 100% information. A team is there. They were a lot more cautious. They got one knock themselves. Maybe you can follow it up with a few eliminations, maybe a squad wipe, but it's definitely not going to help out to have only 3 players to take this fight. Badge, maybe looking to peek over that little terrain side in headshot heals, but not for the time being. And if I'm BULUC CHABTAN, I would not even want to take this fight. Like, you're already in phase 2. You need to speed up. You got 1 minute and 15 seconds before we start moving on to the next phase. So you need to start moving because this blue zone is going to start ticking eventually.
I don't know if there's too much of a scope to disengage away from this, though. Headshot Hills is a big terrain, but it doesn't really have the hard cover that you're able to swing around a team that's opposing you. Now, you do see Infinity rotating in the backline as well. They're going to avoid all this. The revive has come through, by the way. BULUC CHABTAN weren't even able to confirm that elimination onto the player oh my god, I forget the name of the team that they were fighting, but you know, to confirm that elimination, it's quite poor from BULUC CHABTAN.
Yeah, I'm very surprised they allowed that res to come through, actually. It seemed they were very unaware of the placement of all the players of that team, so didn't quite work out. iNCO Gaming, though, looking for maybe a little bit of a breach onto Brazilian killers here, going for the full-on push. They're going to be sending it inside, but we're going to pan away because we just want to chill with Alpha 7. Oh, no, we're not chilling with Alpha 7. We're going back to iNCO. Going to be NENEBETE here looking for the engage. Has to heal up a little bit. Only has himself 2 first aid kits. Comes to heal up. Becca with the nade in hand. Going to chuck it through, but the players are outside of the building. As they're taking this fight. Becca on a mini 1v1 currently. Nice jump out, but unfortunately only hits 1 bullet. Squash is there to squash the bees on the other side. But doesn't go the entire way. iNCO Gaming down to 2. VT2K still could be rezzed up without too much of an issue. But NENEBETE needs to defend and hold the ground, and that is it. They take the compound while only losing 1.
That was still pretty good from Infinity, right? They got the trade per se, and they got out of jobs. So to me, that was kind of the best that Infinity could have expected off the back of them kind of crashing into this area a little bit late, a little bit blind as we do get into the Phase 2 blue zone closing. And one thing to point out is not only do we start from Phase 2, but throughout these first couple of circles, we have had a good chunk of that water, military island in play. So that landmass that's available for all of these teams has been shrunk even more.
Oh, helping Queer Addiction here, going for the engage. Cross does get himself the first initial knockdown, plus the flush confirmed. Transform right into a snowman. Damn, having Vagenti flashbacks right now, but no, it's still not going to be happening. So Queer Addiction trying to cruise on through, find the remaining players of BULUC CHABTAN. They see another one, going to try and chase him down. The bullets do not quite connect. He's going to make it further into the distance above the horizon as they think of moving on further. And Kyoang is still moving around himself. He was a really impressive player, Kyoang, for PMPL North America. And I'm really hyped to see what he can bring to the table in this event.
HQA deserve overall so much more respect in the North America region because they've been involved in the competitive scene for so many years. I remember them back in the tail end of 2019, started 2020, and yeah, okay, they haven't hit the heights of obviously kind of PMGC level or even massively successful PMPL level, but in terms of constantly being in the game, constantly trying to adapt and build a better, bigger roster for the next season, for the next split, they deserve respect for that.
Man, we're seeing... I mean, to be honest, I was going to say, man, we're seeing breaches very early, but I just remembered the rule that we, like, explained 4 times now, which is we're starting in Phase 2. So it does make a lot more sense that teams are going to try and speed up the process and try and get a little bit more involved. We do see the next circle pop right now. Where did it go? Definitely not northeast. I can tell you that as a fact here. Going to be Garrick defending that forefront. He is solo. His team is nowhere to be seen. They're actually sent right back into the lobby, so he's going to have to take this one 1v3 currently. Gets one initial knock, going for almost a second. But as we know, Imperium, a solo up here in the attic, that's a real tough spot to be in. And that's going to be WALLSTRETBETS picking up their second elimination.
Flamengos are eliminated, and I gotta say, good coordination from WALLSTRETBETS. Great teamwork coming into the top floor of the warehouse building, because it can be quite difficult if you go in solo. Even as a duo, you can get pre-fire picked off in that next circle shift. Oh my god, there's still military island in play. We do have a couple of teams on that southeastern side of military, a southwestern side of military island, so they could actually have that big brain play, because they could breach in from behind whoever comes out on top and stab teams in the back who are holding on to that north side of the western bridge. So interesting plays are about to come through, Max.
And I told you, global warming, the sea levels are rising, and a lot more war team play this time around you would really like for these teams. But we enjoy it. I said it, I'm a little bit evil when it comes to my circle shifts. I do enjoy myself a little bit of spice on my circles. I can make them extra tasty for me.
Just like just like the whole of Europe at the moment, things are about to get pretty damn hot.
Yeah, we're about to hit 42 degrees in the middle of the day, Imperium. It's going to be real good, and my body cannot deal with it, and hopefully these teams are built to deal with it. We'll have to see how it's going to be going. As now moving on forward is going to be Alpha 7, looking for a little bit more free real estate of this Pachinki Hill position.
Well, this is outside the circle, to be fair, Max, so...
It is.
And it's okay. It's okay, because wiping a teammate that's kind of either directly in front of you or technically behind you is just as important as focusing on the edge of the circle on the inside. So this is a good engagement.
Yeah, Amarivo here gets the first initial knock. He's going to be taking care of one of the angles, making it so much easier for Alpha 7 to engage. Nice nade onto Kirill, but not going to be getting the knock, unfortunately. And here you go, Mythic going for the push onto a duo. Gets the first initial knock. Can he get himself a 1v2 fight? His teammate comes out of nowhere. He does get knocked, but they're there to back him up. And Alpha 7, an almost flawless fight here to take the position of the mountain.
Yeah, that was so quick. What, that engagement lasted all of about 20 seconds, Max?
Snappy.
The second that first knock came through, boom, they pounced on it like a cat to cat food. Incredibly effective engagement by Alpha 7.
Don't do that again.
What?
No, there's that description again. I don't know how I feel about that description.
Cat to cat food?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's better than saying cat to dog food.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't want to think about it. Okay, no, let's not. Let's go back into the basement where we all know, Imperium, you and me both live. Okay, we're going back into the basement like these players are going. See how things are working out. WALLSTRETBETS holding their own angle currently, trying to make sure Knights can't go any further. There's a very big expectation that the circle is not going to be going here, and seeing where the circle went, Tell me if you agree, Imperium, but I expect a potential bridge finish, like finishing on the bridge itself, if it does not go like hard shift up north.
But this is why this position is so important leading into the late game. If either Knights or Wall Street Bets can win this engagement, you're able to go onto that kind of cliff's high ground edge, overlooking the kind of bridge area, and you're able to pounce on teams from behind. You're able to get that kind of front, third, fourth party aspect on the teams who are going to desperately try to swing their way in. Right now, they're kind of cancelling each other out. Maybe Pittsburgh Knights are looking for a different entry point into the edge of the circle as Enoch swings around. And that's not a bad thing, but arguably, it says to me that they're a little bit afraid to take the fight. And if it's not going to be against Wall Street Bets, how afraid are they going to be to take a fight against an opposing team?
I don't think I would use the word afraid to take the fight. I think they're just being very cautious of their approach and being very methodical. Like this fight, they could avoid it. You had a mountainside just around. Xenox went up there, scouted it out, and he moved on through and just got a good position. I mean, it's not an amazing position, but you can play it. And I think it's way better than taking a 3-on-4 versus Wall Street Bet. So I do have to praise them. I think that was a smarter decision than just going for a full fight that really you're not sure if you're going to come out on top. Though, inside that little gitun, as I like to call them, a little bit tricky spot to be in.
Definitely, I understand your perspective, and there's definitely a part of me that's a little bit harsher, especially on a team such as Knights, who are more than capable of being aggressive, more than capable of showing their strength in an isolated team fight. But to me, they put themselves in a position where it may not be a fight right now, but it's going to be at the risk of being third or fourth party in the next circle, and then they'll still end up going out before the top 10. So that's my fear. It's going to be Wall Street Bets that are going to have to fend off Infinity, though.
Oh, that's a very good nade. Oh, the cooking a little bit low, but the idea was there. Now the thing is, from Infinity, if they want to go for this push, Smoke Road, this is so easy to cross. Just one smoke would even be enough to make the cross happen here. If you want to go first-person mode, be a little bit more precise on that grenade. Does hit the rooftop, unfortunately, so bounces off. The thing is, look at also the minimap on the top right. You can see that the Knights are looking towards that position. They want to become the gatekeepers of that roadside. They want to make sure these two teams, whoever comes out on top, cannot make it into phase 5. I think that's a good game plan to go off of. But Infinity, the nade comes on through from Skipper, and that's going to be Achilles knocked away instantly. And now we want to see, like we saw from Alpha 7, we need to see the push. We need to see the full-on engage. Nito defends it properly with the UMP. With Zohazin doing his job on the side. The two-man crew is doing absolute banger plays right now. But Nito is still playing inside. The smokes make it a little bit harder to maneuver around this building. Trying to get the res. The nade comes on through once again. They're still holding strong, but Wall Street Bets are not going to be giving this one up for free. They want to take this W. They need this fight to work out. Good Molly blocking out the entryway. They need to go through the windows instead. Losing them a lot of precious time. Maybe allowing Infinity not only to heal up, but also to get their teammate back on their 2 feet. While G1 in the background going for the medkit.
The last thing they should be doing is going for the revive. Max, they've done such a good job of evening this engagement up to the 2v2. They slowed Wall Street Bets down, but they've allowed the entry point to come on in.
Oh man, we only see one player currently pushing on this side of Wall Street Bets, but they only have 2 players. They lost so many resources in this fight. Wall Street Bets trying to wrap around. You need to pinch him. He's there. He's solo. You're giving him so much time. He might get the res on his teammate. And I believe he just got... Oh, he didn't get it. Unfortunately, he had to cancel it. The utility making it so much harder for Wall Street Bets to maneuver their way around this building. Door, though, pushing inside. They spot him out, and that's it. They get the flush, they get the elimination, and they get the squad wipe. 5 eliminations to Wall Street Bets. But 2 players to move into phase 5. That is not going to be an easy task at hand.
Took them a lot longer to close out engagement than they would have liked, and of course they did lose players a little bit needlessly by arguably taking 2 isolated 1v1 fights, so a lack of coordination. But in the end, a mistake, hesitation from Infinity, trying to go for the revives when they shouldn't have, that's what lost them the fight in the end.
Yeah, a little bit indecision that does hurt, but Alpha 7, we talked about that fight they took earlier, right? And how snappy it was, currently in the middle of this circle of phase 5, on the tippity top of this, well, not really a mountain, a hilltop you could count it, because it's a very small mountain. Looking to get that information, a very good split, and this is a team that has been trialed and tested multiple times. Like, they have that confidence they can allow to commit to such a split, to gather that information and gatekeep teams that are pushing on their location. If there's a team that I trust in a location like this, it's definitely Alpha 7, but Team QUESO bringing the cheese to the party over here. Oh, they are going ham on this fight, but only 1 player is going to be surviving as Coach Emmet. What? I mean, yeah, of course there's no... There was that weird stare down for a second, like, what do you think? What do you think that's gonna work? Team QUESO out, eliminated in 10th. 9 teams now remain, and the circle is still closing around these teams.
Yeah, so that happened, Max. That's
Like
all I can really say.
If I don't move, they won't see me. Oh no.
Pittsburgh Knights now being peppered as they try and enter into the northeastern edge of the circle, and Alpha 7 just dominating the central area of this hillside and looking all around, covering every single element of ground while Nova are holding on to this game as a 3-person team. But Max, they have to move into the edge of the circle.
You're gonna have to eventually. There's no real choice at hand. You just have to full commit to it, all willy-nilly, and see how it works out. MEZEXIS Dreams, though, still has a 3-man. Centralized position, but very easy to nade. They've got to be very careful, especially with sneaky Alpha 7 if they want to push later on. Tapping Addiction, unfortunately losing their one player that they were sending forward for that push. Still another one, QWang there. We hyped him up a little bit earlier in this game, Imperium. Can he hold on? The res going to be pretty hard to pull off, and Alpha 7, I would say, put all of your resources in this fight versus HQA, then focus to South. You need all of these players for this fight. That nade is good. A little bit too early in the explosion, plus I believe they're behind a rock or a tree currently for HQA. The idea is there, good nade onto QWang, down to mid-HP. The res did come through onto Lubu. And now
But they
back
shouldn't
down.
be going for the revive, Max, unless they get the trade. You're asking for trouble, you're putting yourself into a punch, and you're giving Alpha 7 so much room to get the knocks.
Oh, nice little spray down there with the UMP. Going to switch on over to a secondary weapon. We'll see if he can get the info. The nades are finally getting traded back by HQA. It took a while, but we're getting there. Another one from Cross will come from downtown. And now they have QWang trying to join up. Nice nade. This is the opening. This is what you need. Now you take this 3v3 fight. If you take any longer, you lose that opportunity. Nova
But Max,
Esports,
there's
though,
a
coming
third
from the
party.
east.
There's a third party from a Western team. I'm not sure who it is, but they are getting involved.
Oh, we'll have to see, but currently we're over on the Eastern Pyramid. This is where the focus is going to be. Nova Esports still here with 3. Lost T a little bit early in the game, but you have Kindness and Koi, and that's all that really matters in this team. As you have those 2 insanely talented players going ham, you know that you're going to have a great spectacle available. Influence Rage, down to 2. It's Law and Federal, definitely 2 other players you don't want to mess around with. Trying to enter through the western edge, but spotted away by Alpha 7. I don't think that's going to be a friendly encounter. Nova also struggling to survive. The nades again chuck their way. The utilities making it hard for them to breathe. But a circle still on top of MEZEXIS. Can they hold on to the bark?
I know the action is going on, but a code did pop up for a Google Play gift card. If you want to kind of wait until the end of the game, pause, go back to first come, first serve for that code, enter it in, grab the gift card, and enjoy the action as we're down to 4 teams.
Oh, wow. Revo. Revo's been getting so many opening eliminations. Like, maybe not eliminations, but knock at least.
Knocks, yeah.
He has been so important to the success of the team for every single fight they've been taking. Versus HQA on Pachinki Hill 2. This man has been insane, and Revo gets the first knock. Carrillo follows it up with another nade, and that is it for Influence Rage. Eliminated of the first game. And 16 elims, Imperium. 16 for Alpha 7.
Something really simple, though, for Mythic right there. He threw 2 offensive smokes to block the information and vision from MEZEXIS. That was so clean, giving Alpha 7 and the rest of the team so much more room to breathe against Influence Rage.
MEZEXIS Dreams here. Nice little spot for Marco Poppy. I like that name. I don't know why. It just rolls off the tongue. Very sweet, very cool. Does get one knock. Very hard for us to get, to be honest, on Mafio, so not sure if they can really get it, but Koi, he strikes while the iron is hot, gets one. Can he get the double? I mean, Mythic's going to get involved, that's for sure. The Molly's looking good.
Mythic.
Oh, you're just mean now. Look at that, giving him no chance. And now it's down to 2, Imperium, and looking for the double digit, not even double digit, the 20 elimination first game. Might be happening for Alpha 7 in game 1. The nade comes on through. It's looking great. It's looking epic. And it's an absolute banger. Alpha 7 Imperium show no sign of slowing down in the first game and take a 20 elimination game.
This is what Alpha 7 Esports do. They are one of the, if not the most exciting teams in PUBG Mobile competitive at the moment. They recently added Mythic to their side, arguably individually one of the most exciting players of the region.
Yeah.
Did play for Rise Esports. He's come onto this Alpha 7 roster, and honestly, a pretty damn perfect fit. What a start in this tournament. Alpha 7 showing us how it's done.
Yeah, if you guys don't know at home, one of my favorite teams in the world currently is Stalwart Esports because of how their team currently plays.
Yeah.
That game, I felt like I was
Stalwart level.
watching a Stalwart level game. Like the synergy, the execution of these fights, the way how you have the opening knocks coming out from Revo all of the time, the follow-up behind that from Carrillo, Mythic, and Mafioso was absolutely stunning. I am so impressed. And remember what you mentioned on the pre-show, Imperium. This team is really good when it comes to building up momentum. You give them one banger game like that, 5 more games remaining, I'm telling you, they are off to a great start and they are not going to slow down. I could already see them in first place, I'm not going to lie. That's how good that game was.
It's pretty incredible, right? It's pretty incredible. It's kind of, it's left me a little bit speechless, Max.
Yeah. No words. You know what? We're gonna have to take a little bit of a break right now, Imperium, and we're gonna head on back to the break and see exactly what we're gonna talk about after this one because there's a lot of stats to look at. So we'll see you guys in just a bit.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 on a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, I to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me. Then I double up again, none of their nose, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando!
Mira, venga a conectar a otro elemento.
E agora? Meu Deus! We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking...
Se ve acechando.
Well, it's called the Americas All-Stars here, but there's one fact I can tell you right now. There's no stars, there's only one star shining bright in the sky, and that is Alpha 7 after a bang of a game like that, Imperium. And we said it, they got that momentum built up, they're not going to slow down, and that first game was nothing less than impressive from the guys.
Should it just be renamed to Alpha 7, the only star? And the rest are just there? That'd be, no disrespect to the other teams, but that was an absolute clinic, right? That was a perfect example of how to play competitive PUBG Mobile, in my opinion, because every single engagement they took, they not only dominated, but they dominated in a quick fashion, right? It all started on that Pachinki Hill engagement. We mentioned it, 20 seconds, if anything, they got that squad out. And how many teams would be able to so comfortably dominate the center of Ferry Pier Hill? Very few, and I mean very few.
Yeah.
So that was an even bigger example of why Alpha 7 are such a strong team, right? So few teams would be able to control that area, and Alpha 7 made it look easy, but there's so much more to why they were so good in that moment. Yeah, it's incredible.
And you can draw direct comparisons also to other fights that happen. I think we can go back to that WALLSTRETBETS fight, right, where they get initial knock or two, and then there's a slowness that starts to install itself in that fight that really hurts both teams at that point, especially hurts the side of WALLSTRETBETS. But when you look at the side of Alpha 7, they get that first knock that most of the time Revo did. Like, to mention once more, Revo was insanely good when it comes to finding those opening knocks and flushes. And then, like, okay, we got the man advantage, we push. And that's the confidence of all these teams that you mentioned, Imperium, coming into it. Like, the team like Alpha 7 has that confidence. They're not scared to go up against you. Doesn't matter who you are. If they get the knock, chances are they're going to push your location. And defending Longwood in particular, as you said, it is very complicated. Not a lot of teams can do it. But if there's one team that has the communication, the synergy, the trust to make a play like that happen, it's Alpha 7. And I don't think in this lobby, many teams can play at the level we just saw.
No, like the only tiny mistake I would say as we look at the team stats would be that engagement with HQA. I think they arguably could have been a little bit more aggressive off the back of the initial knock, but to counter that point, they were understanding of the fact that as you dip over that hill, you were more heavily exposed to angles of pressure that, let's say, Influence Rage could have put on them, or even Knights at that point. So, you know, they had, for the most part, had so much control over what they were doing and where they were throughout the whole game.
Yeah, looking at these stats here, and this is a cool thing that we mentioned also a little bit when I was making a comparison to Stalwart, is that the entire team of Stalwart does really well, like hit all the players, pull the team forward. 6 eliminations for Carrillos, 5 for Mythic, 3 for Mafioso, 6 for Revo. And a lot of Revo of those knocks were actually turned into eliminations after getting the initial opening knock, which is very, very impressive. So yeah, I'm sold. And we had that question, we were talking about it during the time at the start of the show, Imperium, which was, Mythic has joined this roster. He joined from Rise like a few months ago now. And I was like, I want to see how they evolved. I think I already got my answer. Pretty damn good. That's going to be my answer to that question.
Like,
this was nothing less than impressive.
Yeah, obviously Alpha 7 lost Senna Texa, and that was definitely a big loss. But if you're asking for, and you're looking for a player to fill that hole, Mythic is a perfect fit. It's quite obvious that he is molded and gelled with the team in the right way, and yeah, a very exciting player joining an already exciting team. It's 2 + 2 = 4 for the most part, and that is proven. I'm so blown away, and yeah, you touched upon it, and you're dead on. Like, every single player has like 600, 700, 800 damage. Nobody has missed a moment. 6, 5, 3, 6 in terms of eliminations. It's perfect. Like, it is. It's perfect, Max.
Hey,
like,
look,
just like you're baking, it's perfect.
I think that's the first time I've been praised for like my baking on the broadcast, and I feel, oh man, I feel validated for learning this new skill. So thank you, Imperium. That made my day. Well, my night is like 1 AM right now, but you get the point. Also, production's not gonna like me for this, but they didn't make like 3 damage like for Carrion.
I know.
I don't. What could make only 3 damage? I don't think anything in the game could make 3 damage.
But imagine having 812 knocks.
Yeah, that's an average game with me against bots, but. You know, whatever. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. I don't know. I like a 3 damage, like what, pinch on the nose, something very weak. But anyways, worked out. But anyways, looking at the match standings, and I think that there's one stat that's going to stand out more than anything, Imperium. It's that 20 elimination bomb dropped by Alpha 7 Esports in the very first game of the day. 30 point right out of the gates. Chicken dinner, by the way, is going to be 10 points. We're not going to have the usual 15 here. It's going to be 10, but still. 30-point bomb in the first game. Like, are we gonna see this again? I don't know, but okay, we got the champion. Get the money. Get the trophy. We're done.
Not gonna lie, I wasn't aware, unless I missed that part in the briefing we were given, of the difference in the point system.
Because we started.
Yeah, actually, no. Yeah, it was actually in the briefing. My apologies, because I would have actually mentioned that, because that 10-point system that is used in other Battle Royale games, by the way, and it's used, I think in the EC, is it? I think it's used in the Chinese league. But either way, that puts that kind of point system puts a lot more emphasis on eliminations. Like 2/3 of their, even though it's a bit of an extreme example in this game 1, but 2/3 of Alpha 7's total points came from eliminations. Only 1/3 came from placement points.
Yeah, because if we had the usual point format here, Nova Esport would have doubled their placement points. It would be from 6 to 12, right? So there would be a lot close to what we have seen from Alpha 7. So those eliminations are really, really going to set you apart from the rest of the lobby. In this case, when you get a 20-point bomb like that, well, for eliminations alone, odds are you're not going to be easy to catch up to. So it's very intriguing.
And look at Infinity, right? They had 0 placement points, but they got 6 eliminations, so that puts them into 5th place. That's a massive boost up for them. So I hope teams are aware of that, seeing the results from this first game, and we do see a little bit more of a switch up in playstyle. It's easier said than done, because if you're naturally a more calculated, less passive team, it's really hard to turn it around in a matter of a game or two, right? Because you're you know, it's yeah, it's just very difficult. But that's the pressure of a short format tournament.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to do it this way. There's nothing to lose. In the sense that if you're not in top 5, you're getting nothing. Okay? So if you want to try things out and you want to take a risk to push yourself in top 5, go for it. Because if you're in, what, 12th, 11th, 10th position, literally, who cares? Answer is, no one. Do what you've got to do to try and push yourself in top 5. If it is completely overhauling your initial tested out things, go for it. Don't really care.
And
it could work out. It couldn't work out. We'll have to see. But Imperium, sorry, cut you in. We got to move on to the MVP. It's exactly. Oh, can we do a prediction? Okay, we transition. The way I said it, I knew we were going to transition. It's Canio. I thought it might be Revo, but not surprised with those 6 eliminations.
An Alpha 7 player?
What? What a surprise! Wow, I thought we were going to have MEZEXIS streams. Not 6 damage, by the way. 6 knocks. But no, wait, is it 6? Wait, why is it then? What's 6? 6, 6, 3, 1.
I think it is 6. I think it's still only 3 knocks. The damage is what the eliminations are. I believe he had 812 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, close to 1,000, I think he was. So
yeah, close to 1,000.
Well, important part of that is that he's got 6 eliminations, which is absolutely insane. And with this team, he has been stepping up big time. And yeah, it really interested to see how that's going to be working out for him. Also, do keep in mind, Alpha 7 team participating in the after-party showdown of PMWI, so we're going to see the boys back on the international scene. Really intrigued to see how that's going to actually work out for them. But now it's time, Imperium, to head on to our second map of the day. It's back to Miramar, and just like on Erangel, we're going to start right into Phase 2. We're going to speedrun the map of Miramar.
The first game, by the way, the initial the scraggler eliminations that we saw, it was generally kind of passive in the first 3 to 5 minutes of that first game. So I expected this to still be a little bit similar. One element is that we could see potential hot drops in Miramar, because even though it's a massive map, you're technically reliant on the bigger cities or the bigger compounds of the map. That does at times lead us to have a bit more of a starvation and a little bit more focus on hot drops. And in this kind of Phase 2 circle that we're starting in, yeah, okay, you can drop outside of the circle, but if you go on the east, yeah, you're gonna have to travel quite a distance to make it into the edge of the circle.
Oh, I would love to see if some teams are going to try and go for Power Grid. If I'm a team dropping into this, Power Grid seems to me like a very obvious choice for multiple reasons. One of those, it's in the circle. And second, you have access to the position like east of Monte Nuevo, which is a very good scouting ground that I like using myself in my own games. It's a very strong one. So that could be an opportunity for teams to try and play around that. You don't even have to drop in Power Grid, I would say, Imperium, right? You can drop in Mercado, Monte Nuevo if you want, and then you can move to that location later on if you want to gather intel and information. But so far, some teams going to go for a little bit of a further drop. The 2 teams with the tag INF going to go for a little bit of an eastern drop, trying to get some stuff in Al-Azhar in particular for Influence Rage. And I haven't seen too much of Lil Boy, which is a player that I'm really hyped to see play in this. So we'll see how things are going to be panning out for the guys.
I'm kind of curious to go a little bit back to the first game with the kind of revelation per se of the difference in placement points that are available for these games. Does it change your opinion? Actually, you know what, I'm gonna have to ask later on, because there's a hot drop in San Martin, which, like I mentioned, is always potentially possible between HQA and this side of Intense Gaming. There you go, Intense Gaming.
Yeah, Intense Gaming going to go for the intense hot drop here on the Helping Quit Addiction. Cross already taken out of the picture, as Lubu and Kiwang here spotted away, and Kiwing can't really join up in this fight in any way, shape, or form. And when you look at the loot too, this is going to be a fight that's going to be very, very hard to avoid. Helping Quit Addiction can't really escape this position either, because they're going to hear your footsteps if you try and leave the building. They are locked into that position. Though Knights taking their own fight also versus iNCO Gaming. A few pot shots taken by Spec. Trying to get a little bit involved here, been down to mid HP, but they are surrounded. Like, the Knights have 2 players north, 2 players south. But I'm not sure if they're aware of that 1 player north of the arena for iNCO. That could come into play a little bit, so they need to be careful. But that pinch they have on iNCO is very hard to get away from.
Definitely, the spread from PITTSBURGH Knights is overall more advantageous from information standpoint. However, they have a higher chance of being picked off as you look at a little bit of a potential solo engagement between Team QUESO and MEZEXIS Streams, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed, MEZEXIS Streams the LATAM team Exil on his own, while Team Queso do have 2 players side by side. The one thing, Max, is that a player from MEZEXIS Dreams is in the backline who could pinch the members of Team Queso.
I mean, I see Mono severely undiluted right now. You don't want to take that one. Axel going to try and make a very little sound. Does make it away. Suffers a little bit of damage. Luckily enough, he looted a first aid kit, so he's going to be able to pull that one off. In terms of weapon, didn't see what he had. He has himself a UMP pushed on the side. Mono, and he got a handgun. You better be careful, mate. But he does get jumped on with the UMP of Ayala, and he is flushed out by Mono right afterwards. MEZEXIS Dreams going to lose their first player here in Axel. Now going back to the position of San Martin, seeing how things are going to work out. Lubu, nice knock here. Going to have to reload eventually. A little bit undiluted, but Kiwang with the DBS, the ka-chonk in play. Always love to see that coming up. That nade looking good. Oh, doesn't quite get the effect it was looking for, but the idea was there.
Kiwang was the player that was in the other building, if I'm not mistaken, and he was able to make it across. No, it wasn't. It was actually Kiwang. Okay, well, that's fair enough. The thing is actually that off-angle player technically made it a little bit easier for HQA to survive against intense gaming as we move back on over to the fight between iNCO and PITTSBURGH Knights. iNCO making that body count work. I did say the threat for PITTSBURGH Knights being a little bit more separated was that they could get picked up. Now as they cross into the apartments building, the shotgun blast the squad gets a knock on the spec.
Oh, squashed like a wasp. Nothing can go against iNCO Gaming. And we talked a little bit about that pinch that Knights had. If you just full send it on one part of that split, man, you're going to force your way through. And that's exactly what happened for iNCO. Knights not having the best of starts right now, it seems, but they're still alive. We'll see if they can try and make it go any further. Well, still alive for how long, I'm not too sure. Coops is still up and moving around, but iNCO Gaming do get himself 3 eliminations, still alive as a 3-man. And looking to chase him even further. We'll have to see as the circle's about to shift. Once again, if you guys are unaware and you just joined the show, today is a special day where we have all of the maps starting right into Phase 2. So teams have less time to loot and to move around. It's intense, looking to push.
Now, I'm a little bit surprised that HQA didn't look to kind of send all 3 players into that building, and they could have created a little bit of a pinch and use that 3rd player as a bait. But in the end, it seems to be possibly looking in their way as WALLSTRETBETS do third party, Max.
Still looking for it. PUBG, there must be a ways there. Didn't have the time to heal up too because they're a little bit undiluted. It was all a bait. It was all a plan.
WALLSTRETBETS.
He went out in the open. And he's done. Kiwang, can he get rezzed up? Not too sure. It's not going to be that easy. Can't really move out from that location. Smoke wall is going to be necessary, though.
It's WALLSTRETBETS third party, Max.
Oh, yeah. Skipper getting involved. Another knock, and he gets 2 for the price of 1. There you go even further. Can't quite get the flush, though. That one might be secured by Lubu eventually. Queuing still down below. Can't really get involved. Surprised he's not trying to go and push upstairs just yet. Intense Gaming down to their final ace in the sleeves. It's going to be Zeus Boy. And WALLSTRETBETS. Are they going to try and go for the third party and push it? I'm not sure right now, but he's solo. Zeus Boy, how do you hold on to this location?
I'm sorry, but Kiwing needs to be doing more. He genuinely needs to be doing more. It kind of looks like he's just being in the building scratching his ass.
Oh, Zeus?
Yeah, he scratches it for too long and he's caught up by Zeus Boy. He should have pushed up about 15 seconds ago while the rest of Intense Gaming were essentially being third party by WALLSTRETBETS. You left it too late. Your teammates were going for the revive. You get the solo, you lose the solo, you give your team the disadvantage.
Yeah, I do agree. The moment he crossed, I think he should have been a lot more involved. But he just took, I believe, towards the bottom side of the building, which is a bit surprising. So I would have liked to see a little bit more from Kiwing, but it's just not meant to be apparently there. The shotgun does get the better of him. As a little bit of a sneaky re-engage from the backside, it seems, on the WALLSTRETBETS. Also intrigued to see how that's going to work out versus Influence Rage. They've been going for the wide northeastern rotation. The Zeus Boy is looking for revenge. He's coming in hot. He wants it. He wants a piece of Lubu. Lubu going for the push, though. A little bit more HP than Lubu. Lubu very, very underlooted. Can't even jump off the roof because he would just instantly be knocked.
That's what I was thinking. Can he maybe get to a windowsill somewhere?
He can get to a ledge, potentially, but Zeus Boy doesn't want to allow that to happen. Seems like WALLSTRETBETS a little bit more involved with Influence Rage. We'll have to see how far he goes, but this fight's taking some time.
I don't think Influence Rage are looking to get too heavily involved. If anything, they're maybe going to go ahead of WALLSTRETBETS and then camp them out on the edge of the next circle. That's my idea around what Influence Rage are looking to do. They are a little bit late into this circle, so they don't have all the information, just what to hear from a bullet standpoint. I think Influence Rage are going to bide their time. We are already down to 44 players, so even though we've only lost one team, a lot of these teams are down to kind of 2 or 3 players, with HQ8 and Intense Gaming specifically just solo players left alive for them.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams are concentrated towards Montenuevo / northeast of Montenuevo currently. Like teams are playing very central, very quickly, and I think that's going to be having a very big influence on like the next phase when we do move on to the next circle shift. But Zeus Boy, he's still looking for it. He still wants that little piece of Lubu, and Lubu still hasn't had the chance to heal up. I think Zeus Boy must be aware that, like, very undiluted, he must try and take that 1v1. I mean, he doesn't have to, but he's going to give it a shot. Because you never know, that coming fight to you later on down the line could be an issue. Here you go, the push happens, and he's feeling confident, takes the 1v1, and secures the 3rd elimination for his team. But the odds of taking the chicken dinner here, Imperium, pretty much close to 0.
I was just going to say, about time one of the teams, put the other team out of their misery, because that engagement has been happening since pretty much minute number 1, right? They both dropped in the same part of San Martin, which is a little bit wild in its own right, considering how big the city is. And yeah, we're over 9 minutes into the game. Infinity now trying to get out of dodge of Nova Esports off the back of the blue zone, closing in of the circle. You mentioned that most of these teams are on towards that Montenuevo area. Nova, they're not. They're down on the south edge of the circle, outside of Chumacera, looking to lock down the hillsides as we're waiting for the next shift.
Yeah, ATON got himself that huge mountaintop on the east of El Pozo, so they're going to have all the information in the world. They are really hoping, I believe, for Circle Shift to come their way. If it doesn't, that's going to be a tough shift for them, because they're going to have to go down. There's a lot of teams around their location over on the southeast and the southwest. They want to move as little as possible, so that's what they're hoping for. We'll see where it's going to be going. Though in the southern side, Infinity taking a fight versus Nova, spot out Koi, and he's out right away. One of the top players from PMPL North America in the spring season of this year, and out of the picture right away. And the circle shifts. That's a very western shift, Imperium, and a lot of teams, luckily enough, are already there, but a lot of teams going to have to go out of hiding, and especially for ATON, this is not the best shift they could have hoped for.
Very strong rotation that came out from Brazilian Killers. They actually went deep west, hovering onto the high grounds of that guitar shape, and then they've gone in now towards the center of the circle. That is quite good in this current circle shift. Maybe going to look to put a bit of pressure on the Team QUESO, who are quite heavily split around that area. Their teammates aren't really in a position to be able to take a coordinated fight against Brazilian Killers for the time being.
I do really like currently what Alpha 7 are doing on their location. The southern side of El Pozo is so good when it comes to holding down a fort almost, which is exactly what they did last game with a different position this time, but it is very similar in the execution way, except you have like this huge road that can be a little bit of an issue, but I do trust the process of how Alpha 7 are going to approach this. Also Brazilian Killers in a good spot, as you said. Especially
when they have 2 players on the north side of the road that not only overlooks El Pozo in itself if a team wants to go through that city, but it locks down the eastern side of that El Pozo area and the fields around it. So you're dead right highlighting Alpha 7's position, while Brazilian Killers, mentioned them, they're looking for Team QUESO.
Yeah, just a few nades traded back and forth, but oh, one player gets to the top of the mountain, and that's an instant knock and right into the flush. Team QUESO taking more free real estate by the second. As well, shift on over to another final, more northern side of the circle. But CHABTAN on the receiving end, not really able to do too much on this ridge side, and it does seem like FLAMENGO Esports want more terrain to their control. They want to push this, they want to get rid of BULUC CHABTAN. They are in nade range now, so you better be careful. You're not in a friendly terrain, you're not in a friendly position. Another molly comes out, a lot of utility traded back and forth, nothing really connecting too heavily for the time being, but I see Influence Rage versus Alpha 7 breaking out on the North Imperium, and that could be a very big fight with big replications later on.
Well, look at that third player from, or that fourth player from FLAMENGO on that off angle. He's doing nothing from that position. He needs to either join up fully with the rest of the team or angle himself to in a way that he's going to be able to backstab BULUC CHABTAN. The opportunity is there, but the longer you leave it, the harder it's going to be, plus the higher the chance you're going to have another team third partying, and in this case, it's potentially going to be Wall Street Bets. However, it seems like they're reacting in the right way, and they're actually disengaging away from BULUC CHABTAN back into the compound where the teammate is.
Hey, everyone at home, by the way, I can't see if you see right now, but on the bottom left of your screen is a little Google card here for Google Play card for $10. If you want to use it, enter the code. Got to be the first, got to be quick with them fingers, otherwise you might miss out. So better get it just as fast as we need to see BULUC CHABTAN here survive this fight versus FLAMENGO. Still have one player on the forefront here. Good spray down from Wacho here with a Vector Power, doing some really, really great work. Nice to switch that position, looking onto the other side here. He's going to be surrounded, doesn't get the second knock. And now it's going to be Play looking for the full-on finish here. Great damage on the spray down with the M4, but unfortunately gets knocked on the leeway. It's Garrix trying to make his way out of that one, but I'm seeing a sneaky third party happening to the western side in pin from Wall Street Bets. Can they capitalize on this golden opportunity? We'll have to wait and see. Garrix spotted away, but that's it. Two teams gone for the price of one, and Wall Street Bets take control of this mountaintop position.
Very, very good opportunity from Wall Street Bets. I don't know what FLAMENGO Esports were doing. It looked like they were disengaging. They kept two players up on the hill, and gotta give credit to BULUC CHABTAN. They pounced on that. But there's no way that FLAMENGO should have let that happen. If you're going to make a decision, make it as a team. You don't half-ass it, right? And that was the only reason why they overall lost that engagement, because the way they did bounce back with Gary X in the forefront, that was quite powerful, but they'd already lost two players at that point.
Tell me if I'm wrong, I don't remember if you can get access to that mountain. Like, I think that's one way. It's really hard to get the kind, like the perfect angle to climb. So I'm not sure if that one you can. If you can, it's OP, it's broken. For whichever team can get there, potentially Brazilian Killers can make it, maybe Alpha 7, I'm not sure, but I don't know if they can exactly make it.
I think you can scale up on a buggy, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Maybe you can. I'm not sure of the exact angle on that one, so I'll have to see.
Yeah.
And apparently Jason King redeemed the code. Jason King gets it. Congratulations, my dude.
Nice. Wait. You sure that's not code for Jason?
Jason Kaplan? Oh no. Is it Jason the host in disguise?
Yeah.
Taking the code. Can't do that, Jason. That's not cool.
Terrible.
Can't do that. Oh, can't do that either. Choco, great shots with the M16. Puts Alpha 7 to shame for a second there, but luckily enough, the res and the heal off will come through for Mafio. So he's going to be A-OK. Don't worry about it. And actually, Intense Gaming Zeus Boy made it in the circle in some way, shape or form. So he's there still gaming about and hoping for a potential top 5 finish here.
Infinity coming a little bit late in case I might be able to put them under a bit of pressure off the back of dealing with Brazilian Killers in towards the deeper part of this current circle. They're kind of hiding in between the hilltops and Brazilian Killers. There's a lot of volatility around where they are, because as much as they're protected against the hillsides, as soon as they do kind of peak up, a lot more of their bodies exposed, so they're going to have to be incredibly quick on how they peek shoot and not get too caught out, because if one of them gets knocked, very unlikely that the revive is going to come through.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a little bit of an issue. You want to avoid that first initial knock. I mean, unless Revo gets it, then you know you're in a lot of trouble. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. So, man, just trying to get a little bit more high ground terrain. See if Anakin's going to be able to make use of it. Coach Emmett also there for Team QUESO, trying to get more information. They see Infinity moving around. They hear the footsteps, but not too sure how to tackle this engage. So maybe just let it slide for now.
The one thing that Team QUESO can do is actually manipulate Infinity towards Brazilian Killers. Because Team QUESO knows that Brazilian Killers are there, but Infinity don't know. So that's one thing that Team QUESO can do.
Jason Kick says, no, he's not a host. That's exactly what a host would say. Very... Man, I press X to doubt right now.
Were you Jason King, if that even is your real second name?
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. We'll have more codes, by the way, pop up throughout the stream, so stick around if you want a chance at a $10, 10 USD worth Google Play card. You just got to enter it over there, so you got to be quick on them fingers to get it for yourself. You never know, can get yourself a cool skin along the way. I
didn't realize that PUBG Mobile had collaborated with Among Us, because I smell a suspect in our midst.
Can't believe you've just done that.
Okay. You just said that you didn't think of it?
No. I just no sus and everything. Like, okay, we get it. it's been done. It's been done, Imperium. Okay, we move on. We'll see. Team QUESO still on the more southern side, struggling to really move away from their location. They're in a good position when it comes to taking the fight, but when it comes to moving away from here, different beast. Completely different beast. So Team QUESO need to be on the move. They still have 30 seconds to work with. Then they're going to have no other option than to move into the circle itself. So Infinity, if they can get rid of them, that'll be great. If they can't, they'll have to make do with what's available. And unfortunately, right now, for the position they're in, that's not a lot available.
Well, they already have an anchor point position in the circle. So to me, they're looking a little bit better than it initially seems. And they don't really have anybody directly around them in the deeper part of the circle for the time being. Maybe MEZEXIS Dreams, while ATON Esports are going to look to catch their way into the edge of the circle off the back of getting the knock onto the WALLSTRETBETS player. But this is quite risky. All 4 players in the party bus. Yeah, you're asking for trouble, Max.
I can hear John Allen in the distance screaming at what's happening under our very eyes. But hey, so far they haven't been knocked, they haven't exploded into pieces, but one player that's going to explode into pieces is Coops, who was the last player from the Knights, so the Knights are out and eliminated in 11th position, and things are starting to speed up right now in Pyramid. Alpha 7, they want a piece of the pie, they want to get involved, they want some eliminations. 4 is not enough, and as we know, 4 is smaller than 20, and they want to get back to their previous glory of Game 1. So they'll try and get there. ATON, a little bit of high ground. CXC was knocked away in the process, but they can still make things work out with their 3 players. A team that has also made it through in PMWI. But how can they impress us moving forward?
They did a great job of entering off the back of that initial knock on the WALLSTRETBETS. The issues that the angle of the hillside had entered does put them at risk of being third party from the likes of Alpha 7 on that northeastern edge of the circle. So they need to wrap around a little bit deeper to try and close that engagement onto WALLSTRETBETS. However, with the knocks that they suffered, they've allowed WALLSTRETBETS to reset, Max.
Yeah, I don't want to allow that to happen for WALLSTRETBETS. That's going to make it very tricky. The utilities coming in hot. Choco really struggling to hold to his ground. He should get that first aid. I believe he had 2 left, so you can't afford to take another shot like that. Otherwise, you're going to be out of resources very, very soon. And WALLSTRETBETS having Janshi looking for an opportunity, a little bit of a higher ground position. Bruno has to mirror that to make sure that they don't get pushed from that location. While Aton do lose CXC once again to some utility. But this fight is a little bit of a stalemate. And the Imperium, look at that. Alpha 7 coming in from the northwest.
Yeah.
They are going to get involved. That's a third party that's going to be hurting both of these teams in the process.
That's why I said Aton needed to try and wrap around.
Oh, there you go.
Because of how they were pushed down, they couldn't do too much.
Oh my word, they do it again. Alpha 7 getting involved onto Aton. The first utility, they get the knock, and now that means they're going to pull the trigger. But Alpha 7 got other players on the northwestern side of the circle. They're taking 2 fights at the same time. Revo's not there, but Carrillo, he's popping off. He's going for it. That's an extra elimination. They're up to 9 already. Maybe looking for double digits on the 6th phase. And WALLSTRETBETS thinking maybe we went a little bit too hard. Maybe we went a little bit too far. But Carrillo now's got to be careful. Run away. That utility's coming in hot. You can't take the fight. Regroup with your teammate and try and play for the long game.
So good from Alpha 7. Yes, they took 2 fights at once. Yes, they did technically bite off more than they could chew. However, they still have 2 very important, very aggressive, very dangerous players alive, and they take down Brazilian killers as we are left, Max, with 3 teams.
But man, who cares? Alpha 7 got 11 eliminations. Chicken Dinner's only 10 points. And they might just get 12 from that. Like, they already got more than a Chicken Dinner alone in eliminations alone in this game.
Oh yeah.
That's it. Done. Alpha 7, they can die now, and it's still a very, very good game. A very above-average game they just had. Carrillo with the nades. The utility of Alpha 7 has been on point today. WALLSTRETBETS just trying to survive as long as they can. But luckily enough, they have 2 players northeast, 2 players in the circle. Currently the only team in the circle. So that's a huge advantage that they can have versus Team QUESO and Alpha 7.
Low ground also for WALLSTRETBETS, really benefiting them.
Nice initial knock, no. Oh, Team QUESO going to be traded off 1 for 1. There's only Mono left up. Luckily enough, doesn't only have a handgun now. But WALLSTRETBETS suffering 1 casualty, 1 knock.
Oh no.
He's going to get the res up.
Revive.
That nade is looking good. Good idea. Just get a little bit of tick damage, but it's not going to stop the res. Not going to hold him in his tracks. And Mono is going to get his teammate back up, but no, he's not going to allow it. No way unless the third party helps out Matteo, so you little peek around the corner. Carrillo taking his own fight too. Everything's going downhill, but Janti will win his one-on-one fight currently. I believe there's only one remaining currently for Alpha 7. It's Mafioso. He's going to try and survive it. The other side of Team QUESO do get eliminated. Alpha 7 gets second place, and WALLSTRETBETS are not relenting. They push in hard. They get themselves the chicken dinner of game number 2 on Miramar. It was an insanely dominant fascia with still 4 players alive.
Definitely a bit of luck for WALLSTRETBETS for how they were able to get back up as a full squad. At one point, they had 2 players knocked down at the hands of ATON. Unfortunately, ATON didn't wrap around in the right way of that hillside to suffer their own knocks, and then Alpha 7 third party at the perfect time to give WALLSTRETBETS that ability to reset themselves up. And look, the way they played it up until the very end was perfect. But again, Alpha 7, the blueprint on how to play PUBG Mobile competitive right now, it's hard to see them stopping. And Max, just hand them the check for first place.
We're already getting there. And they got a lot of eliminations that game. I think we already talked about them a lot, so we'll try and talk about some other things. Especially we'll try and talk about WALLSTRETBETS, but we'll do all of that right after this break.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando!
Y les vengo a conectar a otro elemento.
E agora? Meu Deus! We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking for
Acechando.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows. None of them cold, they just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade and a sheath, a shank and a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as it's...
Welcome, everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando!
Y le vengo a conectar a otro elemento.
E agora? Meu Deus! We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking...
Se ve acechando.
Chicken dinner in the bag for Wall Street Bets as they secure game number 2 for themselves on Miramar and maybe trying to compete with the top dogs of Alpha 7. We'll have to see how things are going to be moving on. My name is Maximan, hasn't changed since earlier. His name is still Imperium, at least I do believe, as we get ready to jump into our third game very, very soon. But before that, we have to break down what happened earlier on Miramar. And Wall Street Bets, really, we had a little bit of criticism in that first game, I would say, Imperium, which was maybe a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
And maybe had a little bit too much time to breathe. I think that time to breathe, they used it so well when they had that 5 versus ATON to not only heal up from their wounds, but then take more free real estate in the circle to then end up getting the win. So I would say the execution was on par with what we saw from other teams beforehand.
Yeah, good resilience from Wall Street Bets, and for them to take advantage of the opportunities that they were given throughout this Miramar game is certainly deserving. And an adaptation from game 1 to game 2 where they did become a little bit more cohesive as a team and they were a little bit more clinical, especially on those late game engagements. They traded well against Team Queso, was quite healthy. Yeah, I know, my apologies. So yeah, it's nice to kind of feature them, and it is in a genuinely a pretty deserving way. Skipper was a standout player for me in that game, in a big way. The stats speak for themselves, but we did see him shine in a massive way.
I told you before the show, Imperium, look out for
You
Skipper.
did say,
I told you look out for Skipper. This guy can be cracked, given the opportunity, given the right chance, and he definitely did shine through in this first game. 6 eliminations, 5 knockouts, not 5 damage this time. No. We do step up because the damage reaches almost 800 for Skipper, so he's really been up there. With those 6 eliminations, there's a very big chance, I would say, Imperium, that he's going to be the MVP of this game. Like, 6 eliminations for Carrillo in the first game, and he was the MVP there, so pretty much on par with that, also in terms of damage, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's him. Or maybe another player from Alpha 7. We'll have to see if that's going to be panning out, but very nice step up from these guys, and hopefully they can keep speeding things up a little bit when it comes to those engages, and if they can keep doing what they did in this game, like get a 4-man crew into the late game, take some nice 2-2 splits like they did in this one, I think they can make it happen again without too much doubt in my mind.
I'll be fair, I'm really not familiar with the player names of the WALLSTRETBETS roster. Yeah, I had heard of Skipper coming into this. He was a little bit more familiar, and it's been a while since I've massively followed the North America scene specifically. But Jiwoon, Janchi, and Trix certainly not familiar, so it was nice for them to at least put them on my put themselves on at least my radar across these 6 games. And again, I hope they're able to build on the success of that chicken dip.
Yeah, TR6, I'm not gonna lie, I'm unsure of how to say it. So if someone knows, tell us in the chat.
I think it's Trix.
Maybe Trix, I don't know. Tell us in the chat if you guys know. I would love to know so we can say the name properly. But here we go, looking at the match standings, not the overall rankings. Okay, these are the match standings of the last game. 10 points from that chicken dinner go the way of WALLSTRETBETS as expected. 12 eliminations on top of that, and 11 eliminations for Alpha 7. So not a huge gap created in that game alone for WALLSTRETBETS, but still allow them to remain consistent and relevant when it comes to the overall ranking of the tournament.
And the top 4 teams in that game were quite easily the best 4 teams of the lobby in that game. I know that kind of might be obvious to say, but Team QUESO were incredibly strong on that south side. You know, you talked about when that circle shifted down towards the southeast, you were a little bit worried about their entry point with Infinity being around them. And yeah, I definitely saw that, but they had already kind of set themselves up for that. They got the initial elimination onto Brazilian Killers, which it was a great setup for suppressing and shutting down Brazilian Killers in their own corner, and that gave a lot more room for Team QUESO to make their own game. And with the 6 eliminations they got, yeah, it was a strong game from Team QUESO.
Yeah, unfortunate for ATON to them fall short in that game. It could have been a little bit better, but unfortunately that third party from Alpha 7 did hurt them big time. So we'll see if ATON can get a little bit more presence in our third match of the day. It's going to be normally, if I'm not wrong, over on Sanhok. We'll see how that's going to pan out. So back onto this one, looking at the overall standings. Don't have a lot of time. The game is almost ready, guys, so we're going to be going over this one real quick. But 47-point, 20-point lead currently built up for the Brazilian team of Alpha 7. Yeah, wow. Even a banger game might not be enough for WALLSTRETBETS to overtake it, and that lead is even bigger between first and third. So, man, Alpha 7 got a huge lead, and it's going to be hard to close it.
Just putting it out there, 2 North American teams in the top 3 in a tournament featuring LATAM and Brazilian teams. It's not often you see it, but you take the small victories when they can. The likes of Team QUESO are very close behind as we do get into Game 3.
Here we go, game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're going straight into Sanhok, and we are also starting in Phase 2 on this map. And right away, we're going to see that Phase 2 is straight up north, dead center. And we'll see how teams are going to be able to approach it. But we know we got that black hole you like to talk about, Imperium. This is definitely going to come into play. Though Boot Camp is also coming into play very, very early on. It's going to have Influence Rage taking the fight versus Knights, a rivalry of the ages, to see who's going to come on top. And Knights don't seem too interested here.
A tale as old as time, the boot camp fight between Knights and Influence Rage. Many a tournaments have we seen these teams engage on each other in this area, Sanhok, so certainly not a surprise. Yeah, it does seem that, like, for the most part, that both teams not wanting to push heavily on each other. Yeah, okay, there was that initial lobster building contention, but no team wanted to commit the full squad to that building, and yeah, we can see a little bit of a separation. The one worry is that Xenox going into that dip is quite risky, because when you go down there, it's very unlikely that you're going to get out of it if you leave it too late. Luckily, he's able to move around and get out of the area to join closer to the rest of his team.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw on the minimap, by the way, earlier, Imperium, but currently on the northwestern side, towards Camp Alpha,
Yes.
there's currently a little bit of a mix-up between BULUC, CHABTAN, and also Brazilian Killers, so that could come into play. We'll have to see. As MEZEXIS going to be having one player spotted out by Mafioso. That's a very big early split from Alpha 7. You said you didn't want to see it too much, Imperium. As we said already, one team that can pull it off, definitely Alpha 7. They're feeling confident, they're going ham. And even on over another side, towards Paradise Resort, it's going to be an intense game, going for their first elimination.
Yeah, because MEZEXIS, both MEZEXIS teams playing within reason quite split. Now we see this bootcamp battle starting to unfold inside the Lobster building down on the bottom floor of it. Influence Rage were able to get initial knock, but it was traded quite quickly by Xenox. Can he go for the revive on the Coops? I would argue it's not the right time to. You need more team support, and he's going to get knocked in his own right.
Oh, Xenox got himself a great angle initially, but didn't quite work out. Federal, Floor, and Lil Boy. A trio for the ages. Looking to go for the full-on push. Only one player remaining. He's going to be trying his best to push. I see another player actually. He was hiding around the corner. He was right there. But is it going to make a difference? Maybe. That's my answer to that question. I'd see a nice little peek. Spec knew something was going to happen over there. Very aware of the footsteps and the audio cues. But he's wanting to make sure that he's not going to be able to escape through the window. He does make it outside. Federal. He's making sure that there's no escape for him. Nice little peek. Federal does get knocked away. Down to 2v2 currently in Pyramid. This could be slipping away out of the grasp of Influence Rage. It is not game over for the Knights. And maybe there's a shot for a redemption in this game.
Spec has done a great job of just kind of slowing down the players from Influence Rage. I would like to have seen Tensa join up with them a little bit quicker into this engagement, but I understand that if you're not as coordinated, if you go in a little bit too hot, he could have been knocked in his own right. But now the two players of Knights are together. Spec falls down. He's going to get dropped, and a drop shot comes through. Influence Rage. Wipe out Pittsburgh Knights.
Shabam, it go. Does it go Shabam? I don't know. At least they're dead. I can tell you that much. That's it for Knights. Having a tough start of the day. Really, we're already like halfway through the day for them because their game already ended here. And they are not finding the success you would want at this stage. And that's already like half of their games down the drain. And we said it, it's only top 5 to get prize pool. If you're way down top 5, you've got nothing to lose. We're going to need to see a little bit of a switch up from the Knights because I would say it's mainly down to the drops. They struggle when it comes to the drops on the last 2 maps. Like maybe they want to rethink it when they go on to the second iteration of each map to make sure they can avoid it as much as possible. Well,
if you play with fire, you're going to get burned, right? And that's what happened to them in this bootcamp battle against a team as fierce as Influence Rage. Nova, inside the blue, they normally pull off a bit of a heal strat, and they, I believe, do have a player knocked down at the hands of Flamengos. Brazilian Clearer is going to knock and eliminate one of BULUC CHABTAN players. You mentioned both of these teams up and around the Northwest Island, and this is the result of the teams entangling on each other.
Yeah, you know it was about to boil over and turn into this huge, messy fight. Well, it's not a huge fight. It is messy, though. That's what I can tell you. Just like me when I eat spaghetti bolognese. It's all over the place.
Say,
very weird.
When you eat, mate.
Yeah, exactly. And you've seen me eat, so you definitely know what I'm talking about, but we'll see. As they do get himself an engage, Influence Rage still. They got a few players here spotted up from MEZEXIS, maybe looking for a knock here or there. Skipper drops to his death. Oh no. It's a sad moment to see. Yeah, very Keck W indeed. We'll have to see, or Monka S. We'll see.
Quick kind of off-topic question. It's just come to my mind. Are you a messy cook? When you bake, do you tend to make like a bit of a mess, or do you clean as you go?
I do not wish to answer this question.
Okay.
And I think that tells a lot. Just by me not wanting to answer, that should be very telling. Hopefully.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Little boy. Eyes like a hawk right now. Just spotted that one out through the windows, through that little slit, and got it done instantly. Nicely executed, though. Brazilian Killer's still taking the fight here, getting himself another player knocked away. What a spray down for Madeon. Getting vengeance for what happened to him in game number 1. Now they're just going to turn their focus onto another player. It's going to be May. Last player from the roster. BULUC CHABTAN.
I think.
Still have 2. M2M is just way too far out of bounds. Brazilian Killers could try and have themselves turn into a 1-on-1 fight.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a clutch moment, unfortunately for them. I think the revive has come through. I don't know if BULUC CHABTAN are left as a duo or a trio. It seems like they're just a duo. 1v2 is Influence Rage still trying to hold on to that North Bootcamp hillside. The Phase 2 blue zone is getting towards the tail end, so we are going to see the next circle shift, and Team QUESO playing on that compound to the south of the black hole area. You have Tapmock and Cow locked down specifically by ATON in the 3-1 split, so they're getting greedy. Actually, no, 2-2 split. Greedy, but could be very effective.
Fitter out. You don't peek from that rock location. You're just asking to be punished at that point. Little boy trying to save him, but no. Fuchs has himself the great off angle. So unfortunate. I don't want to be too critical on the boys because I love them, but I think they're a great team. But that you're asking for trouble when you're peeking from that angle. Fitter out. Come on. Well, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of their Sanhok adventure. Not going to go any further this time around. And the circle about to shift, and it's been very northern once again.
There's a player called Fuchs. Just putting that out there.
He doesn't give any Fuchs, man. I'm telling you.
So
not giving any.
You mentioned that.
You want a Fuchs? You're not going to give it. No.
The next circle isn't giving any Fuchs to these teams, to be fair, because that's a massive
So PG, man.
shift. That's a massive south shift, and not only does it still encapsulate the Northwest Island, but that river in play is gonna divide the remaining team. Now, if you're obviously BULUC CHABTAN, Flamingo, the remaining player of Brazilian Killers, you just gotta stay there, maybe go to Hating and hope for the best in the next circle.
So, also, I do want to mention, there's been a very interesting point brought up by N7 PUBG M in the chat right now on YouTube. And I do have to say, the weapon pool has been increased. From my understanding, something that I didn't spot out, the weapon, I don't know if it was in a briefing period initially, but the weapon pool has been increased. We saw the DBS earlier on Orango. There was coming in, and we also saw ourselves on this map in particular, we saw ourselves then the DP, and I believe we got more things coming into it. So the weapon pool has been increased, it does seem.
I'm a little bit surprised that the Scar isn't being utilized, because as far as I know, in the latest patch that was buffed up.
We saw in game one.
I think for long range, the M4 is still going to be a little bit more naturally utilized, and even the within reason, because that's a jack of all trades. But I would like to see, and you did mention the Scar being used in what, the last game or the first game.
Yeah. Reason why I remember it was the PMGC skin, which I'm jealous I don't have, but
okay,
it was pretty sick.
Okay.
By the way, guys, it's bottom left. Imperium, don't do it. Okay, don't steal it away. There's a code right now on the screen, bottom left of your screen, for 10 USD Google Play card. If you enter the code right now, you got to be fast. Got to be real fast. You are going to be having a chance to get 10 USD on your Google Play account. And you can get yourself some cool skins or whatever the hell you want. Who cares? It's none of my business. What I care about is you get the code. So enter it right now, and you might get it before anyone else. There's only one code, so you got to be quick.
Feel free to gift it to me. That'd be appreciated.
Lamau, he thought. No, nobody's gonna give a Fuchs Imperium about what you just said.
No.
Fuchs and L.
We can't overuse it. We have to be a little bit select, because it will get tiresome. It will lose its edge. So you know, respect the pun. Respect the Fuchs name.
Yes, we shall respect. There's a lot of respect on the name. See how things are going to be moving on, but yeah, currently things are moving forward, and as a lot of players or people are saying in the chat too, we're not really seeing meds on players, which is very unusual. Just so you guys know, we're learning things as the tournament goes on at the same pace you are. Okay, there are things like the weapon pool. No idea. There's some really weird stuff happening over here. But I live for it. It's great. It changes up from the usual stuff in PMPL, so you know what? It does switch things up a little bit.
Anybody in chat, do you want to just commentate for me? Right, fine. Yeah, just join voice chat. Like,
hey, I think it's cool. Hey, we got these chill times, can interact with the chat. Is always good moments here. Axel, though, going to be taking his own fight, got himself the UMP. He's got no armor. He's got nothing either. Is there no armor also in this game? Outside of like
he's bare naked, mate.
And he's spotted out. Yep, same. No helmet, no vest, no backpack.
Jesus.
I mean, no backpack. That's going to make it really hard to get meds in the first place, if any are available.
Now, they were originally kind of caught out by Alpha 7, but surely they were able to find I find that wild that they were not able to find anything in the buildings that they looted in the form of backpacks or armor and vests. That's kind of wild.
I wasn't really looking at it because like, after the first 2 games, I was like, okay, we got meds and everything, we're fine. But I saw people mention it and I looked at it. Wait, he doesn't have any? Wait, he doesn't have any either. I was like,
yeah, that is definitely weird.
What happened to all that? I mean, it's definitely very important because any damage you take, like, you're not going to heal it up. I think the best try is when you're pretty low, you just get knocked on purpose, and you get yourself rezzed up to 75% health. Like, that is a genuine strat you could do in here. Is just get rezzed up by a teammate, get more HP than you initially had in the first place. We'll see. Though here, running in the open. Don't really want to do that, but luckily enough, Sanhok has a lot of trees, so he has a little bit of extra cover. He can make it to those rocks. ATON have yet to spot him away, and he makes it to a rock, but he's on the circle, though. This rotation seems odd to me. I don't know if you would agree, but he's getting way far out of bounds to potentially make it in circle.
Yeah.
It's a bit odd.
It's a little bit big brain, but it could work out. You'd be surprised that what initially looks like a wild idea can definitely work out, especially in Sanhok. That kind of, against the grain movement where you're not going where other teams are. It means that you're technically less caught out. That's my initial theory based on at the moment. Flamingos have a 2-2 split, which is interesting in its own right. Intense Gaming clearly have the best position inside the circle, especially as a full squad, Max.
Yeah, especially as a full squad. Oh, man, the snipe down with the DP, greatly done by Zeus Boy. Man. I knew this tournament was going to be out of the ordinary, but this is really pushing all the right buttons right now when it comes to being different compared to the usual competitive format. We'll have to see. Some people enjoying it. I mean, someone was a name I cannot read, unfortunately. He's having some fun, so that's great. Northwestern shift here in PM is going to be happening right on the roadside, and ATON, if they can clear MEZEXIS' position,
and HQA.
HQA could be also a really good one if they can get rid of them, which they're doing right now. That's going to be ATON getting rid of that team, getting 2 knocks, instantly picking it up into flushes. They're great. If they clear those 2 teams, as you mentioned, Imperium, they're golden. They're looking great for chicken din on game 3.
I think clearing out HQA as they have, it kind of indicates that they don't really need to aggress onto MEZEXIS, because they already have control towards the edge of the circle, and with the flat terrain around MEZEXIS, they're gonna have kind of little cover to pull into the edge of this circle. So patience will be key, and you can see France steps up, finds 1 knock, is gonna look for the final player. Bob's your uncle. Down they go. ATON have all angles covered.
Fran looking absolutely amazing in that spray down. Get himself 2 insanely quickly, and now they can put their focus away from the northeast down into the center of the circle, and especially where HQA stand, which is northwest. Want to make sure you can eliminate those 2 teams, so all of your focus can be on the teams down below this black hole position, as you like to call it, Imperium. They're actually pushing it. I think that's maybe a little bit overly aggressive, a little bit of an overcommitment, but they're going to give it a shot, so respect the process and see how it goes. As no, he has no idea Fokozin is right there, and Flamengo get their 6th elimination of the game.
But I don't get why the whole squad didn't go towards Fokozin, because it's a much better way to play into the underside of the bridge and on the edge of the previous circle, and arguably technically towards the edge of this next circle. It was never going to be easy, but yeah, the whole team should have followed Fokozin, but in the end, Intense Gaming finishing him off, and that's going to give them a little bit more time off the back of the next circle popping up to move down the hill. Max, it's not going to be easy for them. Moving downhill, you're going to have Team Queso looking in your direction. You're going to have ATON 7. Man, they're going to need all the utility they can get.
I swear, you should take a screenshot of someone with a DP on Sanhok, and you should post down like cringe pictures on a subreddit or something, or like weird pictures, eerie pictures, scary pictures, spooky even, because it does feel just very out of place. But ATON here on this hilltop position, they got rid of HQA, which was the main focus you pointed out earlier, Imperium. Now they've done that, they've got themselves that huge ridge line to take care of. They're spotting out the teams, they're still in the circle for phase 6, they're still going to be up there potentially for the next phase. I'm calling it now, Imperium. This is looking very heavily like an ATON chicken dinner, and not a small one. Like, they could get a lot of eliminations from this position. They get 1 player knocked away, down to 2 now. Lucky is still going to be there trying to hold the front line, but Graphite's doing some work, but luckily enough, ATON are going to put a stop to that. Nice shot from up above. And that's going to be the entire team eliminated on the other side. ATON can get back as a 4-man crew.
nothing Intense Game could do was always going to be difficult, like I
Wait,
said,
oh, wait.
but with the damage done,
Oh,
Team
what?
Queso's going to step up.
Oh my word, Team QUESO out of nowhere, go for the push and steal the location away from ATON. That is the perfect timing. They were so aware,
Yeah.
they saw the elimination feed, saw, okay, everyone's getting knocked away. This is our chance to push and to aim for chicken dinner. If they didn't, that was second place. No way they win it, especially with a circle shift like this. But now they pull the trigger at the perfect time. So, so good.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Wait. Discipline, because let's be fair.
True.
Team Queso probably presumed that the final player is in the blue healing up.
Wait. You need to wait for them to start going down here under they're all close to one another. If they spread out, so hard. But yeah, that's what they're doing. They're being very smart about it. Team QUESO do not want to be caught out with their pants down. Because if they regroup once more, they're done. Now the blue zone's on top of it. You have no meds. This is pretty much the end, and that's going to be it. Infinity get eliminated in the second, and Team QUESO Imperium. A game that was not initially supposed to be theirs, but their timing is absolutely perfect, and they get the third chicken dinner of the day.
Considering how well they were coordinated, how well they had position set up in the previous game, I'm arguably not surprised that they won that game. It was certainly off the back of a very opportunistic third party onto a broken, beaten down ATON. That's great for Sanhok, right? When you're down to a limited amount of players and you're 90% certain of what is in front of you, go for it. And that's what Team Queso did. Very well played, very well executed, and a fully deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Team QUESO were in that compound for the longest time, I think like 2 or 3 phases before that fight actually broke out. So they had all the resources, they were already healed up, because once again, you can't heal up in this game. So any damage you take is going to be damage you're going to suffer for the long term. So the fact that they all had all those resources was the best setup you could hope for to go for that push initially. And even more so because you know they don't have the meds. You know that if a team is taking a fight, they're going to be wounded and they can't heal up. So it's the perfect time to go for the pushes. There's a lot of things to break down, but we're going to break it down after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Log's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razors for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Breathe as we are getting right into our third game. Oh, sorry, not even third game. Fourth game of the day here over on Erangel. Let's see how things are going to be panning out. And as always, going right into phase 2. Imperium, are you back with us? He is with us.
Be able to be heard on broadcast. Hopefully, Matuk will be able to give me a little bit of a indication on that one. Matuk, can you hear me?
Okay, I believe Imperium is on the show then. Okay, perfect. Okay, everything's
Sorry
smooth.
about that.
Everything's smooth, Imperium. Don't worry about it. Though, we do come with news. Everyone at home, do pay attention to what we're about to say, as iNCO gave himself some good engage, actually, on their side. The last game, unfortunately, was a issue. It was not supposed to happen, so all of the wrong weapons, everything like that was not supposed to happen. So that game is going to be replayed after this match. That previous match you saw won by Team QUESO does not count. And all the points of that will be taken back. So we'll go back to 0 and we'll have an extra game of PUBG Mobile. Always happy about that.
Yeah.
Maybe not Team
of
QUESO.
Course. Well, of course. Obviously, ideally it would have been, you know, remade straight away, but it is what it is. We adjust, we adapt, and we feel the flow of the game. And it means that technically, Max, you were right. We are still in the 4th game of the day.
Yes. There we go. We'll see. But yeah, it's to be honest, even though that was not supposed to happen, that's a proof of concept for like a hardcore competitive mode.
Isn't it, man? Isn't
Hey,
it?
I'm just saying, that was interesting. That stood out.
Not gonna lie, I didn't feel too much of a lack of competitive difference. And if anything, yeah, you're right. Hardcore mode, it pushed the teams to engage quicker, but also not take too many risks because they know that they can't afford to take too much damage. So teamwork is a little bit more required in that moment. Okay.
Oh, with a shotgun too, jumps on out. I mean, do I even cast this? I don't want to. I'll feel bad for him.
He's got no bullets.
He's got no bullet. What are you gonna do? Oh, he's reloading now.
Punch. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's trying to go for it. The car's
Just
coming up.
punch him.
If he gets at least one punch in, I can.
There you
Oh, damn. I don't like that. Oh well. See you later, Bruno. It was good having you. Now you must be extra salty after that good game they got in that last game, and now this. Like, he's not having a great day.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. As we come to talk to you again, iNCO. Going to be taking a fight against HQA. This is in Pachinki of all places, so hot drop on the second Erangel game is a little bit unexpected. Obviously, that playing path maybe aided in it, but it seems like iNCO getting a little bit of early control, Maxman, against the side of HQA.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough nut to crack here. HQA really struggling to hold on to their ground, and iNCO, we saw them are relentless if they have an opportunity to get a squad wipe, and they're going to go for it. I believe I just saw a DBS there in hand, so that's going to be potentially used. Trying to deal with it, squash with the M16, not able to get too much done, and here we go. It's time for the engage. NNA is doing so much heavy lifting with that DBS, another knock to his name. Is there with Vita2K, but how far can they truly go? Needs to go for the push upstairs. The DP is all he needs, and that is it. A squad wipe going away of iNCO, and that's already 5 eliminations to their name.
Seeing a DB28 use close quarter combat like that in such a confident manner is pretty spicy. And then Bede knew that he also had to kind of pre-fire in the right way. A little bit of a tiny bit of a risk going in on his own, but in the end it worked out. And like you said, iNCO picking up 5 eliminations already. That is pretty much the guts of second place from a placing point stand view. So iNCO already looking pretty hot when it comes to this game 4 of the day, should I say, in the hollow grounds of Erangel. Flamengo's looking pretty solid on that split. Drop around Gaka despite losing... no, they didn't lose a player early on, my apologies. They still have a full squad up. Alpha 7 still looting up North George Paul, Max, and Influence Rage heading towards a Q compound. Arguably the best spot to hold on to inside this phase 2, because you still get a lot of information towards the ruins area, and you have that kind of north side of the river over in a pretty extreme way.
I would use it as a transitional period in the sense that I would use it, scout ahead, and then go for Everest.
Definitely.
That would be my
okay.
I think Everest would be absolutely spectacular to go for right now. A little issue there. M2M going to get himself that first knock here. Headshot actually coming through for his team, so he's going to get a little bit of presence, a little bit of pressure out from school. As a gem, not sure do they want to fully commit to that. I mean, eliminations are so important, right, with the rule system. If you guys just joined the stream and you're not too sure what's happening here, not 15 points per chicken dinner is actually 10 points per chicken dinner, so eliminations are so much more important than placement points. And teams, it seems like, at least for BULUC CHABTAN, that does push them to decide that we want to go for the push, we want to go for the engage. And Knights want a piece of the pie, get himself a knock, going for the flush potential onto M2M, can't quite get it just now. But that third party is looking deadly in favor of the Knights.
Yeah, third partying on the hills of school and apartments is pretty damn poggers indeed, and doing it from a distance as well, Maxon, is even better. Now, they do have a player knocked. You can see a couple of their players swinging around. A revive is going to be executed, so for the most part, they still are going to have firm control, because for Infinity, at the end of the day, Max, they know that there is still a player or two left from BULUC CHABTAN, so they can't disengage away from Knights without clearing at BULUC CHABTAN first.
Yeah, I believe I saw Car98 looking towards one of the players of BULUC CHABTAN. Want to be careful about that. Oh, Infinity, a little bit pinched. There's a lot of players all around them, a lot of off angles. They need to be very wary of their surroundings, but I wouldn't be too scared for them right now. They should be a-okay. Though the next phase, phase 3, is about to pop up in just a few seconds time, and teams are going to have to start to think about reacting to it. Not a lot of teams playing Central, very different from what we saw, especially on that Miramar game, right? So teams trying to play a little bit more edge, a little bit chill, way slower game for them. But no one on Everest yet, which I find a little bit surprising.
Well, Kowalski from Influence Rage is kind of on that southern side of the river, so there is a bit of an idea around that transitional period. It seems like no Flamingos are going to go the compound south of Everest. One compound I'm surprised isn't locked down is the compound to the west of Headshot Hills, because a little bit like that cube compound, it can be a transitional compound to make your way towards ruins if phase 3 centers up around that area, right? Or you could even just stay there and camp teams out coming from the eastern side. WALLSTRETBETS seem to be heading in that direction, but yeah, I'm surprised nobody's there already.
Oh, be careful though, still going on for a fight. It's going to be nice. Rolling up over here, but completely unexpected. And, well, Infinity did not falter. They gave himself that knock right into a flush onto Coops. And they are looking great. Don't know if you saw it, guys, but there was a code on the bottom left 4 bit for 10 USD Google Play card. If you got it, good job. If you didn't, well, tough luck. You'll have to try and fight again for another one later on. As Infinity still looking to get all those flushes on the players of Knights, but it's going to be a hard one unless you want to go for the full-on push. But Knights keep on having a rough early game, man. They already lost a player, and maybe more, depending on how this goes.
Like, much like the code, you snooze, you lose if you don't get there first. And arguably, Knights snoozed from that Potato Hill area, and then they've lost it by not only allowing Infinity to disengage off the back of BULUC CHABTAN, disengaging, but then going as deep down that hill this early into the phase 2 blue zone is a big mistake. They didn't need to move from the high ground of that Potato Hill area. They could have waited for the next circle to pop up and then have a more variable rotation into that next shift, whereas committing how they have while Infinity were much better set up, I've seen them get massively caught out. And during a 2-1 split, there is a chance to turn it around, but you can see there's a heavy pinch by the Infinity crew.
Yeah, going to be a little bit tough to deal with, though. The circle about to shift. Where's going to end up going pretty heavily over to the eastern edge. Really good for the likes of Intense Gaming, so they don't have to move away from Sunken City. That is amazing. Though, one position I would love to see some teams go to, potentially even the 2 northern players of Knight, or you could also see BULUC CHABTAN go there, or even MEZEXIS. There's a lot of options. Even Team QUESO is to go for Rozhok Hill, down south of Rozhok. Great position, great scouting, because there's not many compounds. If you get there, the amount of information you're going to get from that spot is going to be second to none. So I'm hoping some teams see the advantage you can get from that location and go for there, like, right now, almost.
And the compound across from Watertown is also incredibly valuable. It can be tricky because it can be attacked, it can be pressured by an opposing team, but it seems like Influence Rage want to go there. They make the right call to move from the Cube compound across the bridges through Kidney Island and into that compound that I just highlighted.
I still hate that you call it Kidney Island, but I ain't gonna change it. They're Clay 2 Lake. Nice nade.
Sorry, man.
A little bit. No, don't worry, it's fine. It's just a detail.
Kidneys?
I don't have any. I lost them.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
I went to an anime expo. I came back, had no kidneys. I was like, what happened to those? They're gone. Stolen away. Goddamn. Don't know how I'm still alive, but it's happening. Anyways, we'll have to see. Good nade. Oh, massive nade. Puts 2 players to misery for Alpha 7. Almost 3, actually. So they're going to have to take a little bit of a breather here, go for the first aid, heal off. And during that time, Flamingo maybe can try and pull the reverse engage.
Axel will give you one of my kidneys.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I'm not sure if we have the same blood type, but I'll appreciate it. I'll take it. As real gamers. We got the gamer blood type, and he's got the gamer nade. Right in the face. That's it. Flamingo losing one of their first players. And Alpha 7's showing no faltering
no
just
way.
yet. Oh, Fuchs, no. The Fuchs were actually given Imperium. He's knocked, and the third party from WALLSTRETBETS is relentless on Flamingo. And Alpha 7, they see that knock. They look at the elimination feed like, haha. This is looking good for us. Maybe we can turn the fight to our advantage, and they go for the full-on push.
Yeah, back them into a corner. Nothing they can do. The trade is somewhat there, but in the end, Alpha 7 Esports, they have more players alive. They have more of a push, and like you mentioned, WALLSTRETBETS were able to third party in the right way. But that's why I highlighted that compound to the west of Headshot Hills as a great transitional compound, because you're able to shift a little bit more up north, put pressure onto the ruins area where teams were more notably going to look to go on in this current circle shift. And yeah, great awareness by WALLSTRETBETS. They are still going to have to watch their backs as ATON are on the hills to the western edge of their position, just on the edge of the circle.
A lot of moves going to have to be made like that right now. Brazilian Killers looking also for a little bit of a sneaky entry point across the river, northwestern side. Right away, shut down Itsusi with that nice shotgun engage. And they're going to try and full commit to it. MEZEXIS Dreams, though, still holding strong currently to their position. Team QUESO, where's the follow-up? Currently non-existent. And Rainbow's going to go for the res on his team, and they will be fine and dandy. Team QUESO could have had an opportunity to get the initial engage there, but, man, MEZEXIS held on strong.
Yeah, they did hold on strong. Well done for them in the end. As we move on over to Infinity, they are going to have to push towards the members of Knights, who did get back up as a 3-person. No, they are down to a duo. My apologies. The 2 players across the road. So Infinity know that they have the body advantage of full squad against a 2-person team of Knights. So they're going to make them pay. They're going to put pressure on them in the warehouse.
Yeah, they hear them in the buggy. You don't have a lot of time to try and get that elimination. And I think they're just out. Oh, wait, they picked one up?
No, they got one.
Oh, they got Spec. What a headshot coming on through from Infinity, but there's still one player that makes it out just fine and makes it further into the circle for now. But unfortunately, there's a solo in a position in a circle like this. I don't think the solo's going to go really far. Lil Boy naded up instantly, as they are looking for full control of the northwestern side of Rozhok, and MEZEXIS Dreams really living the dream here.
But I don't know why Infinity pushed up towards Rozhok. Yeah, technically it is the place to be, but if you weren't there already, it's very risky. And to be fair, Infinity's position that they had on that compound across from Watertown is already inside the circle. They could actually have third-party teams crashing up on this you know, western edge of Rozhok Hill. So it definitely a mistake made by Influence Rage.
Does hurt them a lot at the end of the day, unfortunately. So 12 teams still up in this game. And we'll have to see. Once again, if you guys did just rejoin and you didn't know what happened with the last Sanhok game, we'll have a rematch of that last Sanhok match after this one. We'll be getting back to Sanhok once again to replay that one. See how things will pan out. Brazilian Killers here finally trying to finish that northern rotation, trying to get a little bit more involved, trying to go for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 not looking in the best shape they've been so far, with one of their players knocked away. They still have, I believe, a 3-2 advantage, now a 3-1 advantage, as PvP stands strong as a solo, but for how long, that's the question. Alpha 7, once again, they see it. There's one player. Just go for it. YOLO the hell out of it. He has to jump out, can't take the buggy anymore, and he's just surrounded by Alpha 7 players. The aggressive nature of these Brazilian teams is absolutely outstanding, Imperium. And I think the Blues might do the job at the end, but Mafioso and Revo did so much work in that fight, and they were already up to 6 and still counting.
And you know what I absolutely loved is that they made sure to prioritize finishing off the engagement before going for the revive. So many other teams would have made sure the revive was up before any of the players sent it towards that elimination. That technically could have given, but that could have given that final player the opportunity to, let's say, throw out an nade and waste time to put a little bit of applied pressure. But Alpha 7 know that the Blue is coming in on their backside. They needed to get that squad right. Their teammate was getting the revive, and now they're back up as a full squad. It is beautiful play by Alpha 7 once again.
I think I found the perfect motto, Imperium, for Alpha 7. Time is money.
Motto or motto?
Motto, whatever the hell you want to call it. Time is money. There you go. That describes them down to a T.
Time is money. No? The air of silence speaks for itself as Maxon gathers himself back up.
No, I just want to make it awkward.
Gather themselves up. It's fine. I can get past the awkwardness. I've known you for 5 years. I'm used to it by now.
Yeah, exactly.
Alpha 7 are going to have a bit of a task in front of them, moving from that northern edge of the river or crossing towards Rozhok. They are technically going in blind, but they're going in blind as a full squad, playing by the numbers and certainly not playing by the rules, Max.
I am super surprised it took so long for a team to take control of Rozhok Hills. What's finally happening was MEZEXIS and Fizz especially. Insanely great player that we have seen in the previous PMPL pop off time and time again. Constantly in like the MVP of the day boards too. It's been great to see. Is going to be trying to get that information. Team QUESO spotted up by Alpha 7, rushed down on through. That's it for Team QUESO, eliminated in 10th position. And that's the 7th elim for Alpha 7. Looking for another double-digit elimination game. Because the last game doesn't count, so far the 2 games they had were both double digits. One was 11. And was it 11 or 10? I think it was 11 they got. And the first one was 20. So they might get like back-to-back double-digit elimination games, which is
wild,
insane to think about. Especially with how stacked this lobby is. Like, this isn't an easy lobby, and yet they make it work.
Absolutely crazy indeed. As Nova Esports crashing in, they're going to get picked apart by the players in iNCO. I believe the last player standing for his side going to make Rin pay. Rin down to sliver of health, but Coin Kindness are still around this area. Can they join up to supply that level of support?
Essentially, Mythic spots them out. ATON already here, dying in the pool of their own blood as they try and escape the more northwestern edge of the circle, should I say. They're not even in the circle currently, so that's going to be a really tough position to escape away from Alpha 7. They have the eyes locked on their prey. As Rin was able to, luckily enough, get the first aid, so that's just fine. But Xenox on the receiving side. Rin going to go for the solo push. Yes, the nade in hand!
Oh, no.
Unlucky Rubber Ducky. You see the idea, but pushing his way through the door with a nade in hand was definitely not the play, it seems. Well, unfortunate.
He also heard the nade being cooked, right? That pin sound. That gave them the cue to push into the doorway and take down the final player of Knights.
Yep, true. If that was the audio cue that alerted him, then really good play from Rin. That was definitely the perfect timing to go for the engage. Alpha 7, though, they had a good spot, but MEZEXIS Dreams are in such a better position to play from. It's very well isolated, it's very hard to push, and it's very hard to dislocate you away from that location. So Alpha 7 here trying their best to hold on. So far, they're somewhat surviving as a 2-man crew, but Infinity are taking more and more terrain in the South Imperium by the minute. And now currently one of the only teams in the circle in one really good high ground position. I'm telling you, Infinity are going to be the team to beat right now.
Well, they are, but let's be fair. What happened to them in the previous game? I know it was an extreme circumstance, right? And what will now be a remade Sanhok, but at the end of the day, they did get kind of opportunistically third party, so the same could happen to them again, and they're going to have to be respectful of that being the case. WALLSTRETBETS going to be pushing in from that western side across the road. They made it there. There's a little bit of a crate in their direction, while Alpha 7's been able to get the revive. They are up as a duo, but they are outside of the circle.
Not going to be easy to make it in. Alpha 7, MEZEXIS Dreams, and also BULUC CHABTAN going to have to cross the road to make it through. Nova, Infinity, and also WALLSTRETBETS on the receiving side. Alpha 7 get pushed on, and that's the end of their dream to make it any further in this game. What a... I was going to say a weird push, an original push, I would say, mostly, but WALLSTRETBETS also trying to fight tooth and nail their way into the circle. They do make it. G1 makes it into the circle. Skipper is there on the other side to side with him. MEZEXIS Dreams are trying to defend their northern side, get rid of BULUC CHABTAN. They're out. MEZEXIS Dreams, how far can they go? Can they reach the double-digit elimination count in this game? They're getting close. One more, and they'll make it.
Oh, and they comes in! Koi with the Kobe! Perfectly cooked on up! And that's the end of MEZEXIS Dreams.
Oh, that's an L in the chat if I've ever seen one right there. What an aid from the downtown position of Koi. And Koi, one of the players that's been standing out in PMPL North America. Can he rise up against the domination of Brazil and LATAM in these finishing moments? We'll see. He's just going to be getting rid of his backpack also, I believe, there. Try and lose a little bit of that height on this 3D model. It's WALLSTRETBETS trying also to make their way through, but the 4-man advantage from Infinity is immense. Imperial Man going to be the main issue for a lot of these teams they're going up against.
WALLSTRETBETS looking pretty good. Looking pretty damn good.
Oh, I don't know for how long, though, because Infinity definitely are aware of their surroundings. They're pushing in that location. Spot them out, but Skipper makes the one-on-one trade initially. And Jiwon, unfortunately, I don't think can do much against the side of Infinity. Spotted out and absolutely terminated in a matter of seconds. As now the only thing that stands between Infinity and their chicken dinner is Koi from Nova. As he's going for the push. He knows this is his one chance at glory. He gets the knock. There's a player on the left side. If you eliminate him, you're so good right now. But Koi gets absolutely lasered to the ground. There's no stand chance for him. And Infinity secure the third chicken dinner of the day.
Finally, the win goes their way. No third-party opportunity come through this time around. They sealed the deal. They grabbed the finishing blow, and they grabbed themselves a chicken. And are well played, well coordinated. A little bit of luck, to be fair, when it came to the final circle shifts, because if it had gone up north towards the edge of Rozhok, it would have been so much harder for them. But they controlled that south side. They took down the majority of Knights, right? They trailblazed their way through the Etra Hills and then coming up onto the edge of the Rozhok Hill. It was a firmly executed dinner from them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still surprised it took that long for teams to go for Rozhok Hill. Rozhok Hill in that exact circle. Even like very early on into the game, it was a position that gave a lot of advantages. I would have liked to see teams go there a little bit earlier. You know what, Infinity when they're first compared to a lot of the teams, and it took that control, made use of that 4-man advantage to apply pressures on teams, especially trying to cross that roadside, and they made very good use of it. Really good stuff from Infinity, securing once again the third chicken dinner of the day. We're going to have to head on over to a break, but after this is going to be the remake of game number 3 on Sanhok, so stick around for that.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me. Then I double up again, none of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in the sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando!
Rápido, venga a conectar a otro elemento.
E agora? Meu Deus! We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking...
Acechando.
Infinity get himself their first chicken dinner of the day in absolutely dominating fashions, with 4 players still up at the very end of the match. But there's still a lot more coming your way here for the Americas All-Stars 2022 season, and intrigued to see what's going to be on your plates in these next few matches. My name is still Maxman, still with Imperium here to bring you the action you all know and love, to see how things are going to be moving forward. But Infinity, I said, dominant fashion finish there, took that Rozhok hill and really made full use of it to get that win.
A little bit disappointed that you didn't open that with... They went to infinity and beyond.
That's a you thing, and I do me things, you know? That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay. I can't really argue with that as you look at the team stats of an infinity. Look, Nito, don't get it twisted. He did do stuff in the game. He was there. He was around. You know, he was like the cheerleader of the side. He had 3 assists. He had like 300 damage. But definitely a fantastic game from Aquiles, Zohansine, and Amflux for sure.
Yeah, I really was hoping you were going to say the neat one. I was like, he hasn't done it. That's weird. I just felt obligated to do it.
That's a you thing. And
that's
I
a
do
you
a me
thing.
thing.
I did a you thing. Okay, I did it. I pulled an Imperium. Okay, I'm sorry. But otherwise, the rest of the team did really well. Nito did help out a little bit. It sounds like Infinito when you put the team tag there.
Infinito, yeah.
Pretty cool. Like it.
Wow.
We'll have to see. Though the match standings see exactly how many points were taken home by these guys. It was 12 eliminations total for Infinity Esports, post those 10 points of the chicken dinner. That's a total of 22. Quick math around the block. But then it does tend to pan out very slowly. From Alpha 7 on 5th and teams above get himself a decent influx of points, but below that it's iNCO Gaming was 5, then down to 3, 2, and then it's just 2 and 1s and 0s all down the board for all of these teams. And we have yet to see the resurgence of Team Knights, Team QUESO too. Unfortunately, that last game, as I said, was a remake from that Sanhok, so that's not going to be points coming their way. But I do want to see the resurgence, in particular from the Knights. I think they're not on par with what we really initially expected.
Definitely. But it's been consistent for Nova Esports across the first 3 games. They've had a couple of decent results. In this one was no different overall. Nothing like massively sparkling from a team perspective, but doing enough in eliminations and placements to at least get some solid double-digit point games on board. Somewhat similar with WALLSTRETBETS and Alpha 7. Yeah, another 11-point game. They're going to be looking good once again in the overall standings. Yeah,
I propose, Imperium, we take a quick look at the overall rankings so far after what is now 4 games that's been played, really. That's what we're going to be counting it as. And it's going to be 58 still for Alpha 7. Even when you get bad games, technically it's still a good game that's happening for them. So Alpha 7 are not really shying away from victory and domination. Himself getting close to almost a double point lead from first to second. They're not there yet, but they could get there eventually. As we have so far 1 chicken dinner for Alpha 7, WALLSTRETBETS, and Infinity Esports. But when it comes to teams lower than that, like lower than MEZEXIS Dreams, that is where you need to bring some really big pop-off games in the next 3, because otherwise you're not going to get even a portion of that prize pool.
Well, the one positive thing for the teams in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is that Alpha 7 haven't really increased that lead from game 1. You know, so after 2 further games, it has been, for the most part, a bit of a stalemate. Yeah, Infinity have definitely jumped up, and within reason, they've got to be careful that they don't trip over each other, but that's something that is always hard to control, and the most important thing is that the teams below Alpha do everything within their power to catch up to the team currently dominating the leaderboard.
Very central phase 1 of phase 2 circle. We'll link to it. We'll get there eventually. But a lot of people in the chat might be thinking, wait a second, wasn't this supposed to be Sanhok? And I gotta say, that is a very good question if you ask that, because that you follow is what we're saying. Very cool. Good job. Good job. But because it seems like today there are issues when it comes to Sanhok and like the whole loadout, heal, meds kind of stuff, apparently with the loot, Sanhok is not going to be replayed. So instead of the Sanhok replay, we're going to be replacing it with another Miramar match. So this Miramar is basically the other Sanhok. So yes, once again, we are having some global warming issues apparently. Sanhok, the trees are gone, the grass is gone, and only a desert remains. And that's
what they get for not including the Candy Max.
Yeah, man. And the glaciers melt, the sea levels rise, the jungle disappears, and you can't say welcome to the jungle anymore in Imperium. I know you like to say every time you go into a Sanhok, you can't do it anymore.
Welcome to the desert.
It doesn't have the ring to it.
It doesn't have the same ring. Oh my god. Our producer in our ear literally just said, welcome to the desert!
I like that. Okay, in my rankings of producers we had, this producer's Matic is called. That's 10 out of 10. No.
It is 10 out of 10. No, 12 out of 10.
12 out of 10? I think that breaks the rule of reality, but I shall say it's fine. It's allowed for Matic.
You break the reality.
Okay. Okay. It's Susie's gonna breaking down the walls of reality, and he's gonna go straight back to the lobby. I don't know where we're going with this. This is a bit
That's
odd.
terrible, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I apologize. But regardless, Flamingo here trying to hold on to their ground also over in this position. Where are they even playing?
Monte Nuevo against Team Queso.
I thought they were playing the Oasis,
Yeah.
but no, they're nowhere near the Oasis, so I don't know where I got that from. But yeah, they're currently taking that fight in Monte Nuevo, going to get involved. But we already had one Miramar, so we could expect, you know, things to maybe change up a little bit for these teams, and hopefully the drops, the early rotations will be a little bit cleaner, especially looking at Picardo, hoping the Knights don't get swiped away almost instantly. But they are taking another fight right now, and that is Xenox. Find himself into a very precarious situation. Luckily enough, did loot up a first aid kit, but he's got no helmet, he's got no vest, he has nothing to work with except his weapon and his incredible skills of the game.
They do have an initial advantage point over iNCO at the moment. They've guaranteed one knock, although the trade has come through with not only the revive coming on board, but now the knock on the spec. Tense is going to trade on board, so that is going to become a little bit more of a stalemate. But iNCO, Vito, 2K going to push on in. The trade, the knock, Becker's going to get down on his knees. It's gone horribly wrong for iNCO, Max.
Really good angle control here we're seeing from Knights. Not going to be able to get a lot of damage here. V2TK with the AKM and gets absolutely clapped by Xenox. And they're feeling good about that one. Like, oh, finally we survived the early game. Finally we can play some PUBG Mobile as we get 4 eliminations in Picardo.
It's great because it is genuinely kind of like frustrating when you play, you know, whether it's a scrims or even tournaments that you go out, you know, early one game after another. So for them to win out this fight in Picardo, I really hope it gives them a lot of confidence coming into the final 3 games of the day, because the opportunity is there for them to climb into the top 5 with that strength of eliminations and the lack of strength on placement points. If they can follow this squad wipe up with a couple of more and get a 20+ point game in this game 4, yeah, they're going to be on that path line to make it into the top 5.
Hey, you know what? One cool thing about being squad wiped early on in the game, a game is like, what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, a lot longer than that, minimum. That's an anime episode. Hey, put one and one together, man, I'm just saying.
Max, do you like measure everything in the form of an anime episode?
Yeah, I'm currently 73,256 anime episodes old. That is it.
Is that actually accurate?
I have no idea.
Oh my god. Could you please just one day calculate that? That'd be so cool.
Just break down all my life in a series of like 21, 22 minute series of events.
Oh, that'd be so good.
Just see how many anime episodes old I am. That'd be actually interesting. That's a cool concept.
It would be interesting, yeah. It'd be a cool party trick. Actually, no. Strip away the word cool. It would be a party trick.
It would be... I don't even think a trick. It would be something. It would be a conversation starter, I guess.
It would definitely be an icebreaker, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not like you just Yeah, I don't know.
Imagine opening that with a girl on a first date. Hi, my name is Max, and I'm 73,000 anime episodes old.
Bro, we said we don't talk about exactly what happens in real life. Why you gotta give my pro strat to everyone out there?
I feel personally attacked right now.
Yeah, okay, Zeus boy, he's gonna be personally attacked physically this time with bullets and grenades, and that's not a fun time. I can tell you that much. Skiwang still holding on that staircase. Not very threatening with those bunny ears, might I add. Just saying. Maybe not the most spookiest skin out there. But he's still up there looking for a chance. If he had some utility, he could have used it a while ago. But he's just waiting for his team to get back in position, looking for the engage. As on the other side of the map, MEZEXIS Esports losing one of their players, going to be King's Fears out. And I believe the flush will be pretty hard to get. So MEZEXIS might have a shot to bring him back to life.
Yeah, definitely some deja vu similarities between the first Miramar game and the second Miramar game of this tournament, Max. I'm a little bit surprised that Intense and HQA both once again dropped on the same buildings as San Martin. It's a big city. You can have realistically two teams looting up. Yeah, you're not going to get the maximum amount of loot, but you can both kind of contain each other on the east and west, and somewhat similar down on the southern edge of this phase 2. MEZEXIS Esports in North America side clashing up against Infinity. We did see a little bit of that in the first Miramar game earlier on today. Nova have a strong hold inside the circle, locking down Graveyard in a 2-2 split. It's pretty perfect because it not only gives them a lot of information, but the rotation potential on the next shift or even 2 shifts later is going to be absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, and we know that kind of position towards Minas Generalis, Graveyard position, like the entire location in America's Elite League in particular, they would fight all the time. I believe it was Loops, if I'm not mistaken. They would always fight.
It was
yeah,
Loops.
This is their bread and butter when it comes to Miramar, right? They know this terrain by heart. They know every nook and cranny. If you try and contest them, they're going to outsmart you when it comes to that location. So,
exactly.
Yeah, if the circle keeps going towards Graveyard, like, they're going to be happy about it. I can tell you that much. As Zeus boy, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you went AFK for a bit and just keep staying there. It's like, okay, I'm going to peace off, guys. I'm good. Don't worry.
With how slow HQA are to engage, like, he could rock down, grab a McDonald's, come back, and the engagement still wouldn't happen.
You have time to eat it too.
Yeah.
Just snack on a Big Mac while you're at it and just go for it. Oh, there you go. That's the full-on engage there from Influence Rage. Does have one player knocked away, but he has his teammate there to back him up. And that's what teammates do. They help you out in times of need. As they smoke it up, I'm going to get the res on law.
By the way.
By what?
McDonald's.
Oh, okay, I was like, sponsored by teammates. I was like, well, how does that work out?
Well, no,
Zeus
it's
boy.
hashtag not sponsored.
Yeah, okay. Zeus boy, though, going to be traveling a little bit of a struggle there, but it works out. Kiwing nowhere near his teammates to get for the res, so helping Point Addiction. I mean, if you want to go for the re-engage, it's now or never. Otherwise, you're going to give them too much time to res. That molly was a good attempt, but Lubu does not go any further. The door closed up. They're all in that one building. They're going to go for the res, trying to peek, get the information with that third-person perspective. I believe he was spotted out there. Goes through the door, but instantly shut down. And that's it. Intense game. Get himself 4 eliminations in that fight.
That could have gone either way. It's always incredibly difficult playing on the stairwell and the floors of this kind of building. And all it took was, you know, the initial knock against Intense game. And yeah, it could have gone against them. But in the end, they were able to clear out HQA. The first 3 players eliminated, just Kiwing left alive. And yeah, that molly was pretty decent. It just wasn't enough and too little too late. Good play by Intense Gaming. They arguably kind of win that San Martin fight for the second game in a row. I know it was a little bit different because we had WALLSTRETBETS third party. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't look to do that in this game as well, but they're playing their own game and they have the center of the circle.
Oh, pinpoint accurate nade here from Choco. He just wants to close it off. He wants to take that 1v2. The great nade there to start it off. Doesn't even need his team technically. He's just going to take that push solo with the Thompson in hand. Going for the wide wraparound with that tree. That's great advantage points. Nice bloom spray into the smoke. He just knows. This man just knows there's a 6th sense. The Spidey sense with tingling in Imperium, and he makes full use of it.
Well, it's like smokes are such a false economy sometimes, right? Because yes, it technically takes vision away from your opponents, but when you have the use of the bloom spray, and if anything, you're asking for those shots to spray in that, you also eliminate your ability to counter push. A lot of the time, and this is a common mistake that especially the more passive teams make, and you've seen it before, I've seen it before. Sometimes the best defense is offense. So if you counter push, even though there's a high chance they're gonna lose it, if you're able to counter push, that is you taking that a level of control in your hands. Whereas hiding behind a smoke, you're really limiting your ability to turn something around.
The best defense is offense. I think I heard that somewhere. Is that your quote? Did you say that first, Imperium? Is that your thing?
Look, not to brag, but yeah, pretty much. In 1902, I said it famously as a phrase on the radio, and since then it's been used by sports coaches all around the world. I've yet to get paid royalties for it, but you know what? You win some, you lose some. I'm just happy it's motivated so many successful teams across the world. Sorry, I just woke up.
1902? Damn, you're a lot older than I thought. Man, 30 years really pulling strings over here, I see. Okay.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Fun fact. My girlfriend doesn't like me saying that I'm old because she's like, that means that like I'm going out with an old person and I don't want to think that. I'm like,
I really
okay, fair enough.
I really thought you were gonna stop the sentence earlier, like my girlfriend doesn't like me. End of sentence. Yeah. I'm like, bro, that got real. That got real. What just happened?
Max, my girlfriend doesn't like me. She loves me! Yeah!
Someone needs to clip that. And just...
I kind of wish I hadn't said that instead.
I don't know why my brain just stopped working and completely ignored everything you said after that. So for me, that's my head canon right now.
It's selective hearing, Max. It's wonderful, you know?
I love selective hearing. It's my favorite thing. Oh, I love it. It's amazing. Oh, well. Anyway, yeah, let's move on from the girlfriend topic. Pittsburgh Knights still looking to apply some pressure over to the eastern edge here, trying to make sure Influence Rage can't make it inside the circle. So far, it's been a successful attempt, and it's been working out great, and Knights have made it past the five first minutes of the game, so that's definitely an improvement. Okay, maybe a little bit harsh, but yeah, okay, very harsh. I'm sorry.
Sass on Maximum right there, but you're not wrong. It's a justified level of sass, right? And they have themselves pretty well set up with spec further up the mountain of San Martin, because as much as they lock down that eastern edge of the circle, they do, within reason, need to think. They don't forget about their backs, but they do need to think a little bit further ahead. On a side note, by the way, with that circle on that previous shift going up towards that northwest, not only is San Martin in the center of the circle, which Intense Gaming's better off just staying there for the time being, but also Alpha 7 rotated from El Pozo to that wonderful high ground compound overlooking San Martin and the Hacienda area. So Alpha 7 on target for another fantastic result.
I do believe I remember previous games in like championships and PMPL Brazil where they play that exact location on Miramar, like northwest on San Martin, and they have really good success. Like very similar to Nova and their position over to the east of this location. Like they know that terrain very heavily by heart. So I think, okay, and the circle goes their way too. Okay, this is looking great for Alpha 7 once again. Team QUESO could play spoilers entering from the western side. It's not given to Alpha 7, but it's also going to be really hard to take it away from them because we saw what they did in that first game in Longwood, right? And they can make it happen again. So Alpha 7 looking pretty good right now.
That's why Alpha 7 have a three-man spread kind of covering more of that north side, right? So they're not backstabbed by the likes of Team K. So at least fundamentally that's their idea, while Pittsburgh Knights tried to get out of dodge. Nova as well had a bit of a wide man spread, but they do send it full in towards the northern edge of San Martin. Xenox is able to get out of dodge, finishes off Rin for Nova Esports, while Infinity are kind of trying to survive on the outset. But Knights are doing a great job from those higher angles that Specs and Coops have to slow down Infinity.
Yeah, that slope's going to be pretty hard for Infinity to escape from. We'll have to see how far it truly goes. But Infinity can go for the wide wrap, right? I think Hacienda de Patron is a very good option. You've got a lot of terrain to protect yourself away from the angles that Knight have. It could work out fine.
What happened to
CHABTAN?
Tonight? Was that the last player? Was that? Yeah, that was Lil Boy of Influence Rage.
Oh, wait.
The second INF came in from behind on the low ground and took down 2 of the players from PITTSBURGH Knights.
Well, out
Actually,
of
3 of the
nowhere.
players.
That came out of nowhere. Impressive, to say the least. Okay, yeah, he is going to be taking his own fight. Good nade idea, but man, the backstabs are happening back and forth every single time over to the eastern edge. Very hard to work with. But also, I thought you were talking about BULUC CHABTAN because they just got all swiped in a matter of like 10 seconds. So I was looking at the elimination feed pop up.
Yeah.
Sorry. A lot of things happening around the map, it seems. ATON, though, taking their own fight, it seems, versus Team QUESO. Whichever team wins this fight might have a shot to take before they engage on Alpha 7. But Alpha 7, even now, you can see on the minimap, they're taking pot shots towards ATON and Team QUESO. And they're really far away. They're like, what, 100 and 150 meters away. Even more, what is that, 200 meters? Yeah, it's about 200 meters.
About
so,
200 meters.
Man, they're already taking shots from that distance. Like, I don't think they're going to get even close to Alpha 7's position.
There's a little bit of a risk of that 2-1-1 split, but I understand it from Alpha 7. The fact that they're taking pot shots this early on into that kind of engagement between TKSO and ATON is going to, for the most part, reward them. However, Team QUESO have allowed ATON to escape, and ATON are pushing up towards Alpha 7.
Influence Rage also taking their fight up to double digits eliminations here, was 10 to their name. I think Influence Rage have been a little bit of a slow burner also, right? I think that especially with the expectations set in the championship, we're like, okay, this is a very big hitter with like Alpha 7, so we want to see how they can perform. A little bit of a slower start, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. Just matters about how you reach your stride, and so far they might be getting to that point. They definitely got there right now. And I take it back, they're dead. Okay, fair enough. Alpha 7's still up, though.
But 10 eliminations is
still good.
Is still a great game. It's the same as first place, right?
Exactly. It's different chicken dinner. It's a kill dinner. I don't know.
It's a mini chicken dinner?
I don't know, man. It's 3 AM. I should start trying to come up with like original things. It's not prime time.
That will never happen, Max. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
that sigh just said it all.
At least I can't say that my girlfriend doesn't love me because I don't have one. There you go. Fair enough. We'll see though. ATON, here you go. Get involved with the fight. They got close. I wasn't sure if they could actually make it to the compound of Alpha 7, but they do. They do. And Alpha 7 not willing to really take the fight. I mean, they're not. This position's not really in the circle. You can move away to the ridge line. Fair play if that's going to be their attempt, but you've got to make sure that you can't allow ATON to take too much free real estate. And ATON actually being really smart in Imperium was that southern rotate. Like, they really tried to wrap around, get those sneaky off angles on Alpha 7.
Yeah.
The approach is very big brain from ATON. I'm loving it.
Not the strongest defense from Alpha 7. A lot of flaws. I don't think they should have had a 3-1 back split. Revo gets caught out. And that 3-1 split from ATON, yeah, you called it. Absolutely wonderful wraparound. There is that risk of getting a potentially third party, not so much by Intense Gaming, but even possibly WALLSTRETBETS. Lucky for both of these teams, and especially ATON, WALLSTRETBETS are in their own little engagement as Alpha 7. They returned fire.
It's oh my god, the laser through with the UMP of Mythic is absolutely on point. Now Choco and Lucky remain strong. Ooh. Nice little angle, man. He has 1 pixel across the wall and he gets it. Choco's been on fire also for these last 2 games. How do they survive it now? Choco and Lucky.
They don't.
The blue zone is there. It's phase 5. That damage is going to be a little bit too overwhelming. They got some meds, but not too many. He's got himself the Scar. Also, you mentioned you wanted to see him play Imperium. He goes for the spray out to Mafioso to get the flush. It doesn't matter. It will still be secured by the blue. Because now they need to push in. But the thing is, they got to go downhill. This team's already in the circle. Yeah. ATON, they're just playing for an extra few eliminations and placements here and there. But the chicken dinner is out of the question. Oh,
perfect. Oh my god, Revo just turns on him. Absolutely perfect by Alpha 7.
Shabam.
They are going to be able to at least get that first aid off, and ATON down to 2 players.
Really nicely done here. Few eliminations. Hey, even that's a win. That's an improvement from what we saw earlier. So if we can see them push it a little bit further, that advantage, that would be fantastic. Intense Gaming, been here since the very start in San Martin. We'll see if they got the loot to make that cross happen. Seemed like we've already seen the smoke road. They're going for the cross. That's going to be FLAMENGO, actually. but well, okay, that did not work as planned. They're getting lasered, third-partied by a lot of teams trying to make that cross happen, and it's only down to one is Fox. And we'll see if he can get out of that one as Alpha 7 get the nade, and it's Revo once again from downtown to shut down ATON in their path.
And Alpha 7 are not a team to be messed with. Much like with Influence Rage, you play with fire, you're gonna get burned. And now WALLSTRETBETS, they have been slowed down. They still technically have a full squad up in a bit of a 2-2 split, but two of those players are outside the circle to wrap around on the boogies. Come in, Flamengos are being slowed down by the blue. One of their players gets knocked down. Nova are gonna stop them in their tracks, along with Skipper of WALLSTRETBETS.
Oh, WALLSTRETBETS are capitalizing on such a good location, but there's an off angle. Not sure which one that was, but they were not safe in any way, shape, or form, it seems. And it actually was Nova. Nova going for the third party from a distance away. Nova waiting for their time to strike. All the teams are fighting Nova. If there's a time to push, it is in fact now. It's going to be Yi on the front line, sprays him down, absolutely mowed to the ground, down to pieces. As WALLSTRETBETS get player rezzed up, is going to be trying to go further away. Nova, not many eliminations, but still pushing in. Absolutely lasered down also by Alpha 7. Alpha 7, what a play to make that cross happen while WALLSTRETBETS are wounded. That is, I believe, Imperium, the game-winning play that Alpha 7 just made.
And also, that was a great sacrificial lab moment from Tricks of WALLSTRETBETS. He knew that he wasn't going to survive, so him defending and slow Nova down allowed that revive to come through from his teammates who were much closer to the edge of the circle.
Yeah, Intense Gaming not willing to move from their location. They're just going to remain in the south, nice and cozy for now. I think they know they're not going to get a chicken dinner here. I think they know that leaving that position is almost impossible because they used a lot of utility to make it there in the first place. If they still have smokes, maybe there's a world where they can make it further, but it's Alpha 7 Imperium. They're not going to allow it to happen. They are not going to give you any breathing space. There's no room for mistakes against Alpha 7. As Naga going to move in, try and take more free real estate of their advantage. Yi, nice little peek overhead, gets himself one, but it's traded off. Gario, still in the vicinity though. One bullet's all it will take, and he drops down to his knees in submission. Nova stands strong, still has a two-man crew.
You got a third party Intense, you got to take advantage of this. You got to be able to track the kill feed and come in from the south side and take down Nova.
Intense Gaming, this is their one chance, Imperium. This is their one opportunity at glory, one opportunity at redemption. Revo.
Oh, Revo!
No, that car explodes and he's done. There's no way. No escape! The nade! Coming in from Intense Gaming. And Revo, out of nowhere, he steals the second place out of Nova Esports' hands. But
has he got a nade?
It's 1v3. So one nade would be great, but they have a nade on the other side. He can't stop him from pulling the pin. The nade comes in, it bounces, and he gets the knock, and he gets the elimination, and that is it. Intense Game secure their first chicken dinner of the day over on Miramar.
Stolen at the bitter end from Alpha Gaming, but what a great game for Miramar. It was great to see Nova shine and rise up in a strong way because they had a tricky entry point into the circle from that graveyard position when we saw that hard shift up north. An unusual finish to the game as well. It's very rare we see it kind of commit to that city area, and even though it ended more in the open, it definitely is a bit of an unusual stretch. Alpha 7, Max, how do they stay alive? It's crazy.
Yeah, I really want to break down the things that we saw about Alpha 7. Yeah. I feel like we talk too much about Alpha 7, but it's so good and there's so many things to mention that I really want to touch the topic. But you know what? We're going to head on over to a break real quick, and we'll be back after that to break down everything that just happened on that previous Miramar game. We'll see you there.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can't play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army of fleet, a tank in a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando!
Y les vengo a conectar a otro elemento.
E agora? Meu Deus! We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking for...
Acechar.
Intense game, take themselves a chicken dinner and begin their ascent towards the top to try and hopefully catch up to Alpha 7. But, not gonna lie, Imperium, that is still a very, very far reach if they want to make it that far. We are back once again, ready to jump into another match here of the Americas All-Star 2022. And our next match is going to be heading on over back to Erangel, the grassy pastures. But we have a lot of things to break down on that previous game before we do make it that far. An intense game when it comes to timing, waiting for the third party. They were on point to allow them to secure that win.
Yeah, as we take a look at their team stats from that previous game, they obviously were locked in that battle with HQA in the city of San Martin right from the All-Start. They cleared it out much quicker and obviously benefited from the lack of a third party from WALLSTRETBETS, and they made the right call. I said that they should stay in the city off the back of that phase 3 shift, and I didn't expect it to kind of continue to stay in the city, but because they made that right call, and it was genuinely the best call because of the amount of teams that would have been around them at that point, they were rewarded. And as you just correctly said, that kind of third party in the right moments, whether it's between ATON and Alpha, and whether it's at the end between Nova and Alpha, was pretty well executed from them.
Yeah, and the opening knocks, especially we got from PUBG at the end, were really helped unlock the whole situation. So really good from him in particular. Potentially an MVP contender. We'll have to see what how the stats really pull through. Even there's a big chance it might be an Alpha 7 player. I'm not going to lie. I would have liked to see potentially Nova go a little bit further and maybe aim for an MVP, but didn't get enough eliminations this time around. Though, going to be looking at the match standings and how many points are really taken home by these teams. And 22 points from the side of Intense Game from Brazil. Like, it is looking like Brazil really showed up strong today with Alpha 7 here, and the other teams able to get themselves some wins. But Nova still being there, in and out every once in a while. And we have seen Pittsburgh Knights get a few extra points here and there. So, hey, a few improvements from some teams.
Well, Nova Esports had kind of dropped down to 4th place off the back of Infinity winning a previous game, but in this one, Infinity only got 4 points, and Nova picked themselves up 12, so that's going to be an 8-point bonus. Intense in their own right, they were coming into this game on a total of just 8 points in 10th place, so with those 22, that's going to put them on a total of 30, which is roughly the same amount of... It's actually technically more than Infinity Esports had, so that's going to rock them up much closer to the top 5. I do want to give a bit of a shout out to Pittsburgh Knights, because that was a much better game. Clearing out iNCO in Picado was extremely strong, and they did a good job initially of covering their backs on that Picado hillside before San Martin. And in hindsight, it's easy to say that they got caught out, but I don't think it was as easy as that overall, and they certainly were looking to do as much as they could. Influence Rage just kind of put the brakes on that one by eliminating 3 of their players.
I mean, with the drop locations, we know Pittsburgh Knights go for on every single map. Like, we knew for them from the very start it was going to be go hard or go home kind of situation. There's no Pollyanna. 2 teams dropped there. When you look on their Sanhok map, they hot drop Influence Rage inside of boot camp. Even on Miramar here, they have a hot drop in Picado. Like, every single one of the maps we play in the competitive pool of the All-Stars series here for Americas, they have a hot drop. Do they take the fight or not? Depends, but you're definitely not making it easier for you because you're splitting loot, you're having a chance of having an off angle being taken and losing 1 or 2 players inadvertently. It is definitely a game plan that is not helping them on the short-term format like this. We'll have to see. Though moving on forward, I believe we're going to be checking out the overall rankings of the top.
the MVP.
Was it MVP? Oh, it was the MVP? Oh, I thought you were looking over rankings. That's fine. My mistake. That's okay. And it is going to be Badger then. No big surprise there. Imperium, the setup from this guy at the end really allowed his team to secure that game in their favor.
I don't know who the IGL is from, Intense Gaming, but whether it's Padgett or I doubt it's Padgett with the amount of eliminations.
Oh, wait.
Whoever it was a massive puppet master for allowing Padgett to pop up in his own right. So it deserved a match MVP for Padgett and arguably MVP for Intense Game with that chicken dinner secured. So nice to see a little bit, at least to me, and I think to you, a little bit of an unknown player he features from the MVP standpoint, and I'm excited to see his name and Intense Gaming hopefully grow even further throughout the rest of the 2022 esports year.
But Imperium, as you know, your title is the Tattoo Collector, and he has a very sick tattoo, by the way. It's like a man holding like a planet. Give me a rating on his tattoo from 0 to 10. What would you give it? I think it's
I would give that, from initially looking at it, like a full-on 8.8 out of 10.
I was gonna say 8.5. I think the placement is good, the coloring is good, and I think the design overall is looking very sick. So hey, you see that versatile casters, guys. We can jump in and rate tattoos after talking about game for like 20 minutes. Like, that's what we do. Okay, versatility, guys. But yeah, very cool tattoos.
It's also shaped really nicely around his arm, so whoever kind of did the tattoo understood how the shape of the arm goes, depending on obviously how you move it. No, because it is such an understated part of doing a tattoo is where to place it based on the design. Like I'll always say to a tattooist, look, I'd like it here, but if you think it fits somewhere better, then let me know based on how my body moves. So yeah, really well placed. But anyway, let's have a look at overall.
Yeah, let's look at the overalls right now. No tattoos over there, only sheer domination from Alpha 7 Esports on the best number there is. 69 is going to be secured by them. Though followed by 2 NA teams, which I gotta say, unexpected, but happy to see it. I want to see more rising up from the NA counterpart, and Nova Esports, WALLSTRETBETS, they're up there and not easy to take down. They have a little bit of a lead when it comes to the teams below them.
Again, positive for the teams below Alpha 7 that lead hasn't increased, but it's also a little bit frustrating because anything kind of Wall Street and Nova do, Alpha are doing not so much better, but just as good. So if you wanted to be super competitive, arguably with 2 games to go, a hot drop on Alpha 7, it could be within question.
Oh, that's ballsy. But if you're outside,
I know it's ballsy, and maybe not the right idea. I just wanted to put it out there.
If you're outside top 5, we said it already, there's nothing to lose. Or you switch up your playstyle, or you just go full into a hot drop on the team that is doing good and you want to kick them out. That is the game plan I would like to see potentially from some of these guys. And as I said, nothing to lose. The prize pool, if you're not in top 5, you're not getting anything. You're getting peanuts, literally. So gonna have to make it. Anyways, with that said, we're ready for our next matchup. Back on Tarangle, our last Tarangle of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And man, that phase 2 circle right off the bat, northwest instantly. This is one where I would say if you drop south and that's your main dropping location, maybe rethink it and think of going for Zaki, where not many teams go. Zaki is open for the taking. One team could try and go for it if they want.
Great job by Intense Game. By the way, they did jump up to 5th off the back of that chicken dinner, and they're now only 3 points behind Infinity Esports. Of course, they're only 4 points ahead of MEZEXIS Dreams and only 10 points ahead of Team QUESO. But in terms of, you know, with 2 games to go and getting that oomph push, that kind of rocket fuel boost up the butthole, it was great by Intense. They need to follow it up though.
We'll have to see if they can follow it up. I think I might have seen some teams stretching. I think it's maybe Flamingo, if I'm not mistaken, just stretching their drop towards like the west of Northern Georgepol, which I think is a good idea if they want to stretch over to Zaki. I think they're just very safe. No teams in this lobby currently go there. We'll have to see. And I see some people in the chat also, Dashi asking about the circle is popping up. This tournament format has every single map start at phase 2. It's a rule for this tournament that's being used, and it just speeds up the whole process of the early game. Teams need to be a little bit faster, a little bit quicker on their feet. So it's an intriguing approach. As MEZEXIS Esports NA could be quite a brawl, but man, Pachinki in particular, iNCO versus Helping Queer Addiction, that's going to be a raging fight waiting to happen.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Who will get the first pick off? Now, HQA in the previous game of Miramar, they lost that San Martin fight to Intense Game, who ended up winning the game. So arguably HQA, even though this Pachinki area isn't in the circle, they gotta maybe think, if we can win out against iNCO, we could, you know, set up for a pretty strong result. Not only would it be 4 points in the bag, should I say, but again, it would put them in the right direction to get a pretty decent start into this game.
Man, they're still parachuting, it seems. But yeah, I think Flamingo are going for Zaki position, and you're looking at Brazilian Killers. They're going for the more northeastern side of Northern George. So they're really trying to play that position. And that goes to show those 2 teams here, Brazilian Killers and also Flamingo. These are locations they don't typically drop in. So they're a little bit in unknown territory. Could be a little bit of a like hazy early game that might be hard for them to maneuver around because they don't have that terrain knowledge that a team like Alpha 7 has, right? So just need to be a little bit cautious, but that's at least 1 elimination confirmed for Alpha 7, and Brazilian Killers now down to 3.
This kind of phase 2 circle is fantastic for Team QUESO. They dropped around Severny. They can loot up around the shooting range area. Gotta be careful not to play too heavily split across this early game and be cautious of teams coming in from the eastern side. I would arguably say maybe placing themselves on that warehouse to the east of Severny would be a great way of stopping and capping teams coming in from the east, such as Influence Rage, Knights, MEZEXIS, Dreams, even BULUC, CHABTAN, right? Or at least manipulating the traffic. I just don't know how Team QUESO want to play this one if they want to go more central in this phase 2.
Here we go, though. Nade's being exchanged finally. Fran's going to be the one trying to find the opening, and he does. He does find it. Great nade onto an active. Though the team was very close quarters, so that res shouldn't be too hard to go for. So ATON, do you pull the trigger? Do you slow it down? It's a decision that needs to be made, and from my likes of it, they need to... actually, they don't need to do anything. They're not going to go for the push. They're going to let it happen. There's a little Sheba running around him. So cool. I love that they added that. It's cool. It's a cool thing.
Even better because you were saying to me in between games that you'd like to get yourself a doggo in the form of a Shibo to...
Hey, look, Imperium.
To...
You know my luck when it comes to crates in PUBG Mobile, okay? I was like,
yeah,
I'm not going to try and get one in the game. I'm going to get a real one.
There you go.
100% confirmed. No, I can't lose. The rates, I can't. So I'll have a real little
100% success rate.
Exactly. That's what I'm all about.
Take those odds.
Perfect odds. But you know what odds you have, Imperium? Well, unfortunately, very low odds, because if you're not fast, you're not about to get that $10 Google Play card right now. The code is on the bottom left side of your screen. Enter it right now for a chance to get it, and you can get yourself some sweet, sweet skins. Maybe the Shiba or the cat. Could be cool. Give it a shot. Please feel free to use it, and tell us in the chat if you were able to redeem it.
Do.
It's only one time. It can be used, so you better be quick.
Oh no, Choco! You put a lot of weight on that position towards the roof side of the building. High risk, high reward. It wasn't rewarded as the bounce back comes through from MEZEXIS Esports, the North American side. Yeah, here's not King Fears is around the train, but you can see Lucky and Fran are trying to chuck at the nades to continue the suppression onto the rest of MEZEXIS Dreams.
Hopefully they can get the res onto Yahir, and Active was already flushed out early after that great nade from Fran. How's he going to full-on go? Because so far I'm not seeing the full-on commitment from ATON. They can't really push it any further. They're giving him a lot of time, so Yahir will get rezzed away. I'm not sure. Choco's not getting rezzed. So it's been tough.
I think he is.
When I saw him, no one was near him, and he was still knocked. So at least he's not getting rezzed right now. And now he's going to stay knocked like the good boy he is.
Jesus. Down boy. Down boy.
that came out not the right way I wanted it to, but it came out, so I can tell you. We'll have to see. Though, Inter's game, going for really great spot, dead center of the map. I'm really enjoying where they're going here.
Yeah, the revive did come through. Fran ran towards the building. I wasn't sure, by the way, because, yeah, it might not have been the case. But that executed revive is certainly positive, as now we see an even 3v3 engagement.
Thing is, ATON, I understand also why they could engage it, because you got that big open flat terrain. It's very hard to make the cross happen, but nicely done. Give himself the angle until you're here. You're here, not given the chance to play. It's nice, a little Shiba. Just with you. The proportions are off, but it's a nice try.
I don't know, Shibas are pretty big.
Exactly, so that's what I'm saying. Proportions are off.
Oh, okay.
I think it should be a lot bigger. Oh, it's just a puppy, you know, it's fine.
What's a puppy?
Exactly. Probably it. Probably what they were going for, though. Fran, or instantly going for the first aid, not losing any time, which you love to see. Going to be able to go for the re-engage. I think he heard that pin, so he needs to go on the move. He knows it! The nade! No! The move, the bait from Fran, it completely disrupts him in that nade throw.
Oh, no!
And now he goes right into the attic. One slither of HP, you just breathe on him and he dies. But how can they go for the full-on push? Can also nade that little window on the left side of the building if they want. He's not rezzing, so I guess he's out of meds completely. One bullet's all he needs, and Choco gets it. Gets vengeance from that knock from earlier. And now, MEZEXIS only one player standing between them and a squad wipeout in this position of Southern George. It's going to go for the push. Lucky with a DBS. He hits one, hits two. And that's their fourth elimination in the game. ATON are on fire here.
Yeah, very well recorded from ATON, and there's much to talk about, but I do want to highlight the fact that the circle is closing in. It did shift over towards the eastern side. Nova in a great spot. Intense Gaming up on top of the shooting range area, or at least to the west of shooting range area, is a great spread to have on board. And the fight now breaking out between Team QUESO and Brazilian Killers.
Yeah, and in a northern position of the circle currently they're fighting, so whoever wins this fight is going to get a lot of real estate they can play from and make a lot of big decision-making plays around that one. Oh, the nade from Mono, right on the money. As Mono's now looking to create himself a little bit of an engage. That, okay, I have no idea how that nade does not get him, but it worked out for Team QUESO, treading more nades onto BRK.
Oh, that's great play by Mono. Get up the stairs, maybe go for the backstab on the underside, go for a double, triple, boiling, bubble engagement and pinch him in. That'd be a great way to close out the engagement. Yeah,
they do give away their location, so really good advantage taken by Team QUESO. Only one stands between them and the full control of this compound. And then they have a good idea where he is, and such a good idea, in fact, they're just going to spray him down through the smoke with no info on where he is. And that's the squad wipeout for Team QUESO. 3 eliminations to their name, and now having full control of that northern edge of the map.
Yeah, and look, that's okay. I don't necessarily agree with the fact that they arguably, you know, gave a lot of space to the likes of Influence Rage, MEZEXIS, Dreams over on the eastern side. But they're not so far up north that they're right on the coastal line. This compound is rotatable on this next circle shift. There is unlikely to be teams directly to the northeast of that shooting range train, as in between shooting range and Severny. So yeah, Team QUESO will have a lot to play with. It was just, within reason, unexpected that that engagement happened between themselves and Brazilian Killers. Still, they come out on top. Intense Game have a 3-1 split, which is really good, right? Because we know that shooting range hill is quite difficult to lock down, and what is still arguably the early part of the game, having that 3-1 split is the best of both worlds, Max.
Going right for the shed play, and I mean, BT2K not given really any chance to survive that one, just gets absolutely clapped. Though, a little bit of redemption potentially on the other side. I do get a knock onto Wacho, so that's good. By the way, I'm not sure, is that the same code for the Google Play card on the bottom left? I'm not sure.
Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Hey, okay. I mean, it's gone, but if you're on YouTube, you can rewind. Maybe you want to use that one. Give it a shot. Nothing to lose. Only $10 to win. Do it. It's rewind time. Remember that? Got them good?
Ah, thank you, Maddock. You put it up again.
Put it again.
Jesus. The viewers are being treated so well in today's stream.
Hey, look, if I could take it, I would, but I got glasses. I can't see it. It's all blurry for me, so you got a chance, guys. You can overtake us. Imperium has glasses too, so we can't take it. If we could, we would. Okay, we're evil. We're bad people like that. We like to take your money for ourselves. But we can't. So you got to take it. Otherwise, it's wasted for nothing. But circle shifts over to the western side here, north of George Pole, and ATON crossing the bridge, going to be able to get some good high ground positions with those little buildings. But Alpha 7, they're in the thick of it. They're in the midst of all of that fight, and I believe they might have lost one player. I'm not sure of their numbers just yet.
Really great play by Intense Game. A little bit worried that, again, they've given a little bit too much space to the likes of Influence Rage, but very much a bit of a bait of giving them a false sense of security and then punishing them while WALLSTRETBETS being traded up against the side of Team QUESO.
Man, Mono's been very impressive today. Like, he's really assertive when it comes to these fights. It's really good to see. WALLSTRETBETS taking their engage. There's going to be Janshi left alive as his 2 teammates were knocked away. Good work out. Got to reload the AKM though.
Last player alive.
Slow things down a bit. Good molly. Slowing down the pace of the fight. His teammate's going to give him some information there. Skipper down below. He knows he's going for the res. Go for the jump shot.
Good.
Oh, it was such a good idea. The information was there. The position was there. But the reaction time was just too damn powerful from Mono. And he defends it.
12 out of 10 effort from Janshi. Honestly, he can hold his head high on what he attempted to do as a solo player. I will always give that kind of play so much more credit than that kind of fearful, what do I do, that indecisiveness, right, that we do often see from players in that situation. Thank you very much, Janshi, for giving us something. And yeah, you are right. Team QUESO and Mono in particular has been very, very strong in today's games.
Imperium. It was a new code, but guess who got the code?
Let me guess, Jason. Not Kaplan?
Jason King, aka the person who says they're not a host, but we all know that's exactly what a host would say.
Yeah.
He's got another one. Hey, no one's taking him away from Jason, so Jason's just gonna get dripped out. If this keeps on going for a very, 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 very long period of time, he might be a Google Play Card millionaire.
Hey, Jason, we've known each other for quite a while. Remember all those times you shared me? You know? Like, remember I lent you my Ferrari a couple of years ago? Like, just putting that out there, sharing or scaring me.
Hey, Jason, remember that time I lent you a pen in class? No? Come on, like, you owe me. You kind of owe me, Jason.
Pen? Topless Ferrari!
Yeah, I mean, there's a use out of a pen. You can write, you can draw, you can like fidget with it in your hand when you're bored. You know, do stuff.
Can your Ferrari write on paper? No, it can't.
Can you fidget? Can you fidget with a Ferrari in your hand, Imperium? I don't think so.
No, it can't.
Exactly. Pen wins.
Damn. Jesus.
The logic is unbeatable. You cannot defeat my logic right now. I'm speaking the languages of God. Anyways, Rolex also raining down absolute hell and smiting down his opponents like Zeus. Looking amazing. As Knights losing one of their players, and they're really in a position that I did not expect them to go with. That is a very unusual rotation from the Knights. I'm not sure what I really think about it, but I don't think it's going to work out great for them in the long term.
It's arguably a pretty big brain play, because at this point in the game, you genuinely don't expect to see a team this far towards a coastline. It just happens to be the case that MEZEXIS Dreams have a 2-2 split, by the way. So I really don't hold that against the Knights. Maybe they could have scouted a little bit more towards that compound. It is what it is. They have one player knocked. Let's see if they can survive as a 3-person team. While iNCO inside the blue of the circle, trying to hold on.
Damn, can't believe it. Jason just thanked you for lending him your Ferrari. Damn, my pen just goes unnoticed. Big sad, big sad. I'm coping real hard. Big copium. Anyways, Rolex still looking for the information. I mean, Knights, I'm still struggling to think they can make it out of that ridge next to the ocean up north. Kind of tough. Nice shot, though, onto Kindness from Squash. Had some really good nades earlier. Nova. I would be surprised if they backtrack for Kindness. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be just one sacrificial lamb that they can't afford to go back for the res. And Squash, with a buggy nearby, like, he has a chance to make it back into the circle and keep iNCO gaming in the game.
Yeah, 100 and 150%. There is a possibility for iNCO to stay alive without a shadow of a doubt. 3 first aids will survive him for this. Who's on a phase 4. Shots from Xenox of Knights will stab MEZEXIS Dreams in the back. The 2 players that were further back, by the way, look to try and join back up with the rest of the team. But guess what, Daddy-O? They didn't have their backs covered enough, and they got stabbed in the dark. But the potential revives are there for the taking, because Knights are down to just 1 player.
I feel like this northern fight that was happening was just a whole mistake from the start. And I don't usually use the word mistake, but likely.
From who? From
Knights.
Both teams?
I think that the way they disengaged was a bit weird, but I think Knights should have not been there in the first place. But that's my approach to it. We'll have to see. Alpha 7 though, taking their own fight, trying to defend that ridge. Gario is up there, was Mythic, Mafioso knocked away. The rest could come on through, but they're a little bit busy, a little bit occupied by ATON, so they can't afford to go for it just yet. Another nice nade, cooked to perfection onto a Fran. That's the knock you need. And now you only have one other player. He's going to get the double jangle with that nade. We'll have to see if it's going to work out for Gario. And he gets it. Look at the elimination feed, Imperium. The nades from all of Alpha 7 are top tier, second to none when it comes to this tournament. The nade game is on point.
Yeah, that's something that I always noticed very early on from commentating tournaments such as the America's Elite League. The nades skill and ability from these America's teams is incredibly strong when you compare themselves with a lot of the global regions and global teams. We are down to 9 teams as we get in through the Phase 5 Blue Zone. We'll start closing in the 30-second mark. It did shift up towards Northwest, which is absolutely wonderful for an intense game. Can they grab themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner and really solidify themselves in the top 5?
Yeah, it would be huge for them to allow to close the gap between themselves and Alpha 7 if they can get themselves a win here. A back-to-back would be huge. Unprecedented so far in the event. Alpha 7 good for the wide rotate up northwest. It does seem like they're looking for an entry point, but the one thing they lack by doing so is that they lack information. They haven't had time to scout that location. They have very minimal information on who stands there, and unfortunately for them, Flamingo are exactly in that location, so a little bit of gatekeeping might be unfolding against Alpha 7. Intense game, putting more pressure, trying to enter through the eastern side. They have the 4-man advantage, so they can really apply that pressure very heavily so over on the east. An Influence Rage might be already crumbling. The utilities traded back and forth, but Law still stands strong.
I really like that intense game aren't really kind of overstepping their mark and they're focusing on one team at a time. While Coop's the final player, PITTSBURGH Knights are going to make Alpha 7 suffer. The one-man wrecking machine, arguably the single best player in America or North America at the moment in PUBG Mobile Competitive, is proving that.
Yeah, he's making a big impact there. Would get himself a knock initially onto Mythic, right into the flush, not wasting any time. And Alpha 7, they want it. They want vengeance for their fallen teammate of Mythic. And if they saw the kill feed, they might know that it's Coops also, so they have a message they want to send to North America right now. They want to push them further down in the rankings.
I like this from Coops. He actually went against the grain by pushing forward rather than going backwards, and QUESO predicted that he was going to be backwards. Again, you know, think against the field. Sometimes the best defense is an offense. That's what Coops is doing.
Exactly. I mean, you don't want to get naded easily. You don't want to get pre-fired easily. You want to be on the move. You want to be on a prowl. Make sure you're unexpected in that location. And when you get up like that, they'll take a little bit longer, just a few extra milliseconds of time where you have the advantage because they had no idea where you were standing. That few milliseconds could make a massive difference in the grand scheme of the game. Intense, looking to move out, looking for positions. Luckily enough, they still have a lot of utility they were holding on to, and they can make that push. They can make the approach onto MEZEXIS. AG will get knocked away, the previous MVP of the last game, but man, they are falling down like flies. MEZEXIS, nicely enough able to hold onto their position, but seems like the sheer man advantage was too much for them to bear with. An intense game, come out on top, 6 eliminations, and gonna go for the double res.
Oh, Zeus boy. Smited down like Zeus himself, right, Max? It clutches up in a great moment of comfort, and they will control the eastern side. Coop's still alive. Nova looking to strike down on towards the members of Flamingos, but with the LM3, that's going to be Flamingos raining down to shut down Nova.
Yeah, Flamingo, though, having to move in. Mafioso and Carrillo sneaking their way forward, and you know how good the Brazilian nades are. That one's looking good, and it's an absolute banger. A flush and a knock for one nade. Where's the other player? Maybe sees his arm there. Maybe saw the nade leave the orbit of Garrix. I think he saw the nade start flying away. He has a good idea of where he stands. The pin's out. The timer's on. And Flamingo's last few seconds might be in line. He gets it again! Who can stop the Alpha 7 domination in this tournament? The answer for now, Imperium, is no one. The nade game is absolutely on point, and I would say one of the best in the world currently.
Yes, but I will say that one was one of the easier ones, because again, what did Gary X do? He stayed passive, he played too defensive, and it was just so much easier for that nade to be wonderfully targeted in towards that smoke to wipe down Flamengos. We are down to 3 teams.
Oh, Paige, he's back in a game after that res. He is not messing around. And Coops is just looking at this thinking, I'm just going to wait.
Oh, no!
Well, I guess he's going to wait in the lobby now, but the idea was he's going to wait for the fight to break out to hopefully steal a second place. But he got spotted, unfortunately so. But intense game, Imperium. They're coming in for the back-to-back chicken dinner. They need to make it happen. Mafioso is there, gets some severe damage done, but he's spotted away. And he is out. Second place for Alpha 7. An intense game, make it happen, was the first back-to-back chicken dinner here of the Americas All-Stars 2022 series. And they are closing that gap with Alpha 7 pretty severely and maybe looking to snatch it away if they can in the last game.
I don't know if they can because of how much of a lead Alpha
It's a
7
close
had
one. Yeah.
over them specifically, at least. But in terms of solidifying themselves in the top 5 and making that break for more prize money ahead of the likes of Nova, yeah, it is certainly a good sign for Intense Gaming. They came in from the East, they controlled the East. I did highlight the fact that they were kind of focusing on one team at a time. They cleared out Influence Rage, and then at the right moment, with a little bit of luck and clutch play, they came out on top of MEZEXIS Dreams, and then it was all systems go because Coops in his own right did a great job of slowing down and whittling the Alpha 7 players to just 2.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Intense Games securing himself a back-to-back chicken dinner here. And we said it, we had that question, are they going to be able to potentially contest of that first place of Alpha 7? Don't know, there's a lot of questions. We'll have to see that as we check out the overall rankings right after this break.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, I to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows. None of them cold, they just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm turning one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank in a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos una vez.
Avião voando!
Y vengo a conectar a otro elemento.
E agora? Meu Deus! We'll need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking...
Acechan.
And we are back for our final game of the day here for day one of the Americas All-Star 2022 session. And man, we had some great games. We had a back-to-back chicken dinner coming out from Intense Game, right, Imperium, and they are trying to close that gap with Alpha 7. The thing is that gap even achievable to close off? You said no. I think there's maybe a chance. We'll have to wait and see, but there's definitely some close quarters happening at the top as we see the stats of Intense Game after their second chicken dinner so far. And man, Zeus Boy has been really making an impact here.
Even if it's not enough to close the gap over Alpha Gaming, it's been a hell of a day from Intense Game. It's been a hell of a show for them, and they can hold their head massively high. You're dead right about Zeus Boy specifically, especially in this game. And there's definitely some crowning support across the whole team, right? Page with 2 eliminations, Rafa, and a level of damage on board. You look at that and you go, well, that's not that much damage, because like that first game, well, okay, not like the first game, but within reason a little bit like the previous game, but even better is that they made sure to kind of pick their moments and pick their fights. They were somewhat in towards the center of the circle right from the start, and I was worried at one point that they were giving too much gap to teams like Influence Rage, right, coming in at the edge of the circle, but they really set up some great movements to make sure that they created baits for teams to move in, and then they kind of went and pounced on their opponents. So yeah, just a very strategically and well calculated game from Intense Game in this 5th game. So yeah, they can be massively happy with how they performed today.
Yeah, very happy indeed. Page has especially been a really impressive player from not this chicken dinner, but the one before that. So we have like individual step-ups from a lot of the players, especially Zeus Boy and Page. So hey, we'll see if they can make himself a back-to-back to closed off. That will be some great timing. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. I do believe we might be moving on very soon to the match rankings, exactly to see how many points were taken home by these guys. Intense Game do take home 19 points on that one, almost reaching the double-digit elimination count, not quite making it that far. But even though I did bring up trying to close that gap, the fact that Alpha 7 still got 13 points,
I know,
like it's a very minor 6-point gap close. Like it's not going to be that impactful.
Like that's going to put Alpha 7, spoiler alert, on a total of 82 points in 5 games. Maxon, like that's incredible average over 5 games of a short format tournament, and with WALLSTRETBETS, who are coming into this game in 2nd place getting 0 points, and Nova, who are coming into this game in 3rd place. Yeah, that was still 7 points to give them credit for. My point is, not only have Intense Game most likely jumped up to 2nd place, but to me, because of the lead that Alpha 7 had over all of the teams around them, but specifically Intense Game, I believe that is enough. Now, if Alpha 7 go out remarkably early and Intense Game get an Alpha 7 game 1 result, yeah, we could see a massive upset, and all credit to them if they do that. That's quite improbable to happen.
Yeah, it does seem pretty improbable, but the fact that you get 2 chicken dinners out of a 6-game basically tournament, you got 2 different tournaments in this event, so it does make a very massive impact. We'll have to see, but we do also have the MVP ready to check out. Here was for that previous game, I believe is one player from Intense Game, and it is in fact Zeus Boy. So back-to-back chicken dinners, back-to-back MVPs for 2 separate players, Zeus Boy, and also earlier we had another player get himself that award. So man, they've been on fire, and this is a team, as you stated at the start of the show also, Imperium, like once we started to see a little bit about this team, like not really a team that we know much of, right? No. But being voted by the community for a reason, and this explains why. You give them a good situation, you give them a good layout, they're going to make full use of it, and they can secure those chicken dinners against like top tier lobbies like this with teams like Alpha 7, your Knights, etc. Like they can make it go the entire distance.
Even though this is a notably different format, different point system, different circle system, right, of a tournament, it is still such a great way for these teams who are maybe either lesser known or lesser within the pure competitive pool from a global stage to make a name for themselves, to set themselves up to practice, prepare for the next split of the PMPL, and we've seen this again with the likes of the Americas League, or whether it's other tournaments in other regions. It just to kind of put a global perspective. It's great to see PUBG Mobile getting behind these kind of tournaments to give the teams the platform to get practice, to get experience, to prepare for the future tournaments. So really well done by Intense. I'm looking forward to seeing more for them.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get more All-Stars in the futures to see these teams maybe come back even stronger than ever. But, man, Intense Game has been doing leaps and bounds forwards and now currently tied in second place when it comes to total points. But when it comes to the points to give you a little bit of an advantage, you know, eliminations will be up. Wait, actually, wait a second. No. And that's the tiebreaker rule sets a difference. But because of the 2 chicken dinners, I believe Intense Game should be in second place. Unless we have a different rule, tiebreaker.
That's the thing. We don't know the tiebreaker rule, and we will have to find out the method around it. As far as I know, it does normally go
chicken dinners first, then placement,
and then placements, and then eliminations.
Yes.
So yeah, you're right. We'll look to find it out. But what is great is coming into this final game, Alpha Gaming cannot be caught, but it's a battle for second, third, and fourth between 3 teams.
Yeah, every team in top 5 have a chance to increase their prize pool, and even the teams just below top 5 have a chance to push themselves up there to get some money instead of getting, well, nothing. We'll have to see. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once more for our final game of the day, for day 1 of the Americas All-Stars, and see who will be claiming that final juicy chicken dinner and who will be able to hopefully climb their way up in the top 5 for a nice portion of that prize pool. We'll have to see as the phase 2 circle instantly drops and is going to be right down to the southern eastern edge with Los Leones in play. Is it going to be shifting there? We'll have to wait and see.
Playing path and the circle at least do complement each other, right, Max? So it gives great scope for the teams to not only get to where they want to, but also be relatively close to the edge / center of the circle.
That is true. Could be helping out quite a few of the teams. But we've seen already, right? The circle teams don't really matter too much about it. They still go and even stretch their drop location to make it to where they like to drop. But there's a little bit of an early fight with the gunshots. Okay.
Okay. Koi with the pistol is going to whip one of the MEZEXIS Dreams players. Will want to try and confirm it because he knows he's on a sliver of health. Down on his knees he goes, as Jury is going to at least be able to respond with the Winchester of all guns. I love seeing a Winchester elimination.
I mean, you're a big fan of the Winchester, right?
I am.
I would like to see the Winchester over in Erangel. I think that could be really fun. I think it would work great actually on Sanhok. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think it could be interesting as iNCO. We're using one player, and Knights are having a lot more success over here in Picado in recent times. And now it's a 4v3 versus iNCO. Are iNCO going to be willing to defend this location, or are they going to maybe just abandon ship and leave this position? Because Spec, in that position, he does not want to let them leave.
One observation is that Knights were a little bit later into this area, but they made up for it by dropping majority as a team together, so they were able to at least take advantage, pick up a couple of weapons, and Spec needs to push closer towards those apartment buildings or wrap on the backside and go to the arena and create a little bit of a distraction pinch onto the rest of iNCO inside those apartments.
Yeah, there's also quite a decent amount of loot in the casino, and they went right in there. It's like I think 2 or 3 players, so they just got looted very quickly, had just enough loot to really start that initial fight, so they dropped in the right building for that to initially unlock itself.
Oh no!
Goes to the jump. What? What just happened right there? I can't even see. It's just flashbang. It's white everywhere.
Okay, so one player went for a flash, it hit the roof, and then another player from the opposing team jumped outside at the right time, was able to DBS him in the back of the head, and the two is yet to be confirmed up by allies, kind of running up in towards the hills of the areas. Maya GG is going to be able to try and get a bit of a backstab, but it's not going to be enough as Mono's going to find a knock onto one of the players of Brazilian Killers. Maxon, it's all unfolding inside Impala off the back of it, being close to the edge of the plane path, and it's on the eastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, nice shot from Spec going for the low ball, but pre-fire making sure he can make it over to the wall side. That's a little bit more covered. Sees the nade, bounces down. Knight still up as a four-man crew. iNCO not shying away from the fight though, which is great to see. I mean, they need to make sure they can't cross this road, otherwise they will be in deep, deep trouble. So as long as they make sure they can't cross the road, they'll be fine, but it seems like Xenox is looking to make that first step forward.
Nice pre-nade from Squash to try and slow Xenox down, force him to pull out a bit of an energy drink. He should hear the audio cue, if I'm not mistaken, and this is why I wanted Spec to be a little bit closer towards those apartment buildings. I think PK gave a little bit more room for iNCO to disengage away from those apartment buildings and find some kind of variable angle, but let's be honest, it's going to be easier said than done as we switch on over back to the fight between Team QUESO and Brazilian Killers. No more on his knees.
Coach Emmett, how are you going to be dealing with this? You're in a really bad pinch situation. He's going to be shot at quite a bit with the UMP. Hey, nicely done. Fights back in just the nick of time. Coach Emmett and Ayala looking pretty good. At least Mayag can be dealt with swiftly, but Team QUESO are going to be losing Ayala this time around. It's down to 1. They might get the res, but minimum it is going to be a 1v2. And Coach Emmett, very deep waters Imperium. Not too sure if he can really survive the next into altercation.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. Possible, because Brazilian Killers haven't looked the strongest as a team, but the longer they leave it, the easier the opportunity to get the revive and make it a 1v3 against Team QUESO. Coach Emmett trying to back off across the road, but he's going to get caught out. He's back behind the vehicle. Very little room, very little cover. Kaideki, I think that's how you say his name, is pushing forward on towards the front line of that compound as PK and iNCO continuing to fight inside Picado. Will this fight ever end, Max? It seems like it has.
And Knights win it once again. That's 2 Miramars in a row that they clear iNCO Gaming and Picado and get himself 4 eliminations every single time. They're back on the road again, but I think it might be a little bit...
Yes, hilarious.
A little bit. Yeah, I remember the reference while I was saying it. But it is a little bit late. But, hey, Brazilian Killers. Killing stuff.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, wow. The BM afterwards just being, like, frustratingly shooting the boxes of their opponents. You gotta let it out, man. You gotta let out those frustrations, right? It slowed Brazilian Killers down, but in the end, look, they come out on top, Max.
Yeah, I do the same when I kill a bot in my games. I'm like, that's all you're made for. That's all. The only reason why you exist is for people like me to kill you.
Bots do it to me, though, when they kill me.
They do? Man, bots are becoming smart now? They're doing what everyone would do and just shoot your own crate? Okay.
Bro, on a side note, have you seen that kind of clip online of like one of those Boston Dynamic like robot dogs?
I think I know which one you're referring to.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. But anyway, sentient beings inside PUBG Mobile as the bots are coming alive. There's no bots inside Influence Rage. You're all alive and breathing and looking for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I think Alpha 7 have robots though, because the way they calculate those nade timing, etc., like that's not human.
Oh, yes.
That is, there's something going on. I'm telling you, Imperium, that is some robotic engineering right there to get those timings down to a T.
Terminator level stuff.
Yeah. They're looking for Sarah Connor. It's not here, not in this lobby, but hey, one day maybe. Who knows? We'll have to see how that's going to be panning out. I'm still hoping that one day we have a lobby that just calls themselves after the 4 names of the Teletubbies. Hasn't happened yet. That would make me a happy man. I don't know why.
How did you connect from Terminator to Teletubbies? Is just because both begin with T, and
no,
it's not going to be so much a T. It's more like X marks the spot for Influence Rage as they get the knock-in elimination onto Korea. They've opened that door, and look, Alpha 7 I said maybe if they go out super early and then Ted's game can get back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners with a mighty result, that possibility is there. And let's be fair, they're down to 2 players. It's been their most struggling game so far in this set of games.
It's been a tough one, for sure. BULUC CHABTAN, though, got himself 1 elimination so far in this game. I'm looking at positions I'm really liking where Intense Game are playing. Like, Intense Game love to go for those central positions if they can afford to go there early, and their sense of control and awareness of positions around them is very, very developed. So I gotta say, Intense Game have a very good idea of what their game plan is. Though WALLSTRETBETS going for the shots onto Influence Rage, and Federal taking a severe beating as he gets knocked away.
Yeah, it's quite difficult for Influence Rage. They were slowed down off the back of Alpha 7 and that engagement, and WALLSTRETBETS kind of waiting in the wings. Elements of Intense Gaming in terms of playing calculated, waiting for the moment to strike like a venomous snake. We move on over to ATON Esports, picking up elimination after elimination onto FLAMENGO. I've always wanted. I've been waiting to say FLAMENGO in that way because it's just how it's naturally popped up. And Gary X is down. He's out. FLAMENGO's down to just 2 players.
That was something. I've nothing nice or bad to say to that. It happened. That's what I can tell you that much. But WALLSTRETBETS still taking their fight versus Influence Rage. Got to be careful though. Player of Influence Rage does have access to that tippy top of the mountain, so you know you can't hold on to it. Really good reaction from Janchi. He just knew he could not hold on to that location anymore. He had to leave. Just rolls over his teammate, casually. That's what I do to Imperium when we play our games, but they make it out, gonna make it over to the warehouses in a very, very good position nonetheless. And the circle's about to shift.
Oh no.
Gonna have to see how things move on, but Federal, absolutely insane how he just destroys the hopes and dreams of WALLSTRETBETS.
That's pretty disgusting. Look, I appreciate the attempt to disengage from WALLSTRETBETS. You could have been a little bit less straight on that vehicle drive, right? You did make it a little bit easier in that regard. But maybe 5 seconds earlier on that disengagement would have worked out in the end. Influence Rage was able to get the knock. What would have helped to me for WALLSTRETBETS is getting a knock onto Influence Rage before trying to disengage, because they didn't. It was a lot riskier, right?
I definitely made it a little bit more complicated at the end, but I'm looking at this circle right now. That's my main focus, and I'm looking at Knights. How are they going to play this position in particular? Like, they got a really good scouting point of view from where I like to call this position the Nova Warehouse, because
oh yeah,
this is a position in Nova Esports, like the Chinese team, like the NA team, like the Chinese team from PL, has used that location so many times to really good success. And it is a position with a lot of potential if used properly, and usually you would see a team go for like a little bit of a split. I think their split is a little bit unusual. Like, this is a very north-south split. I would prefer to have a little bit more like east-west split, like to the left, to the right.
I agree. I agree.
But overall, the idea is there, and they are defending that warehouse. It's fine. Just make sure that you do not allow BULUC CHABTAN just right south of you to get access. If they do, that's where things tend to get a little bit tricky. So if they defend it and are aware of their surroundings, I think Knights have a very good shot to get some success in this game.
Like, look at that from Intense Game. With that 3-1 split, they've such high level of control and confidence in their kind of bubble of protection that the second the player rocks up, boom, they're on the swivel, boom, they're on the elimination, and that will suppress the rest of Nova. That naturally creates more space, that naturally creates more control, and it's a beautiful ripple effect.
Beautiful ripple effect as Jared does get himself that knock. Gun's going to go right for the flush. That's it for Infinity, losing himself one of the extra players. These circle shifts do feel very slow right now. Maybe it's just because I'm saying that now it's almost 4:30 in the morning here. So.
True.
So it's just time, the perception of time is different when it's late at night. But
what is time, Maxman? What is time?
Time is relative to where we are.
That is very true.
See,
you're technically in the future.
Yeah, your big brain Imperium is so massive that it has its own gravitational pull, and it dilates the passing of time. So basically, you say you're 30, right? But technically speaking, because of that time dilation, you're actually 20. There you go. I actually just created all of that. I have no idea.
You know how I kind of made you a little bit speechless earlier on?
Yeah.
I don't really
It feels
know
like a
what to do
fever
with
dream
this,
right now. It's-
information.
yeah.
So on that bombshell, Alpha 7 are rocking back in towards Picado. They got kind of shunted away by Influence Rage earlier on, so that did force them to play a little bit more passively. They are down to 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, while Intense Game continue to have a confidence spread. They've actually sent Zeus Boy a little bit further towards that eastern side of the circle, so it's bold, but again, they've done a lot of work from that area to create that control.
Yeah, it's been working out great so far. I mean, great so far. We'll have to wait and see where the circle goes, see if we can say it was great so far.
Oh, no.
Okay, no. It is not. And so far it's going to be Infinity. Sure, they lost themselves a player earlier, but still as a 3-man, that is way more than enough to have a chance to aim for a chicken dinner. BULUC CHABTAN, currently other team that I'm looking at, they're going to be the main issue for Knights. Knights, leaving that position without being spotted by BULUC CHABTAN is going to be proven to be pretty hard task at hand. So we'll see how that's going to work out as here G1 playing with the nades and gets the first knock.
Nice, followed by a molly straight away as quick as they come, followed by a third. That's exactly what you need to do. But where's the support from his teammate, right? Tricks, you need to start to try and turn a trick into a treat. Say peekaboo, I see you, and Nade will kind of slow G1 down. The smokes is taking the vision away from G1 as he tries to enter in, and that visual or that audio cue from Influence Rage to track the movements from G1 was incredibly active. But again, where's Tricks? Why isn't he there to create a counter level of audio movement and slow Influence Rage down?
Yeah, the nades are really good. The way he just kept throwing them out, didn't give them any breathing space. Really good execution from G1, but unfortunately the counter nade came in hot. Little boy, a little bit of trouble after that nade, but Kiwang does not hit it. And now they even get the res onto G1, so they are looking pretty much set, helping Addiction. What's going to be their approach here? Do you go for the engage, do you go for the third party, or do you just let it slide? It seems like right now the game plan is to let it slide, not commit to it, don't get involved. Especially knowing they're not in the circle. This fight, for the long term at least, Imperium does not make sense for them to take. They're spotted out, take a little bit of damage from Lil Boy. But luckily enough, the knock does not come through.
Now, of course, time is running out. We are we are now seeing the blue zone of Phase 4 starting to close in, and the likes of HQA, WALLSTRETBETS, and Influence Rage are pretty far away from the edge of the circle. Great play by Knights. You kind of highlighted how they need to worry about BULUC CHABTAN. I gotta appreciate the fact that they kind of focus on slowing down likes of Intense Game as Federal goes down. G1 did get knocked up, but he is now back down on his knees, and Little Boy turns around and wipes out the side of WALLSTRETBETS. That is it. Pretty much guaranteed to drop down to 3rd against Intense Gaming's. They are eliminated in 12th place.
Yep, unfortunate for them, unlucky Rubber Ducky, but the game keeps on going, the game keeps on giving. We'll have to see what's going to be going through. So iNCO Addiction here going for their own respective breach, and oh man, he has the nade in hand. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to fight back for a second, but Kiwang does get dropped on his knees.
And that's going to be good. Okay, walk into my bullets, why don't you? Again, this is the pressure of the likes of HQA waiting a little bit too long to enter into the edge of the circle, but they're going to be able to turn it around. The trades come through. I believe one player left up from either side. Lubu may be looking for the revive, able to stay outside of the blue. Parkinson is trying to pull off a first aid. This is a little bit crazy, unpredictable, but now the push comes in. Parkinson is going to be rewarded with that risky play coming in on his own. His key one once again goes for the revive on his teammate.
A little bit unhinged, but for helping Addiction is going just fine. They're going to be able to get himself 3 members back up. Cross going to be the first one rezzed. Kiwang, he's looking. He's got almost full HP, almost at 75. He's looking to make sure he can use that to his advantage, but Rez come out. He's got some utilities trying to play around, so Kiwang is definitely trying to keep them locked in that position to hopefully get his team back up to then go for the push.
And also the fact that he's skating back towards the other side, in which is closer to the edge of the circle. Yeah, there's a threat of a third party, but they're looking to pinch the rest of the Brazilian killers. I don't know if they are aware that they have the body advantage. Bandages trying to be pulled off, a smoke be thrown up and towards the upstairs floor area as Maya GG looks to try and find a sprinkle of time to get the first aid off, but it's not going to be the case. One is going to get knocked. It's going to be HQA rewarded with the patience to take down Brazilian killers.
Great from HQA, getting himself a few extra eliminations along the way, but I still think it's fair to assume Imperium that they're not going to survive the next shift, because ATON's position is a direct line of sight on where Brazilian killers currently were fighting versus HQA. Nowhere in hell helping Quiddish make it any further, in my opinion. We'll have to see. Knights, though, in that dip, getting absolutely battered by BULUC CHABTAN. Spec down below, one nade would be enough, but he's going to be spotted in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, they did a decent job of kind of technically focusing towards Intense Gaming's area, and unfortunately the circle didn't go towards them, but they're still somewhat in this game. And you mentioned ATON. Well, if it's not ATON, it's going to be MEZEXIS Dreams to shut down the dreams and hopes of HQA, who now have just one player left up. And as BULUC CHABTAN punish the side of Pittsburgh Knights, we are whittling these teams down to just 7.
Yeah, and that road is going to come into play. The road is not in play anymore. All the teams up north, you're looking at Nova, you're looking at also Intense Game, you're looking at also MEZEXIS Dreams. That cross is going to be hell in a nutshell. How can I make it through? Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for them right now. One easier way to make it happen is to clear all the teams on the northern side of the road and be the only team having to cross. That could be your golden redemption arc. Other than that, pretty much going to be a hard task at hand, because you're looking at Infinity. They're going to make their way in, as Rema is looking to get involved and make sure that another team on the north cannot make that cross.
One thing that Intense Game have up their sleeves is the use of utility, right? They haven't really been involved in a lot of action, so I'm sure they've been able to build up the smokes, build up the nades, build up the mollies to try and create that space into the northern edge of the circle. They're going for the push. MEZEXIS Dreams, Remake goes down, and Intense Game do look to control that northern edge of the circle. The final player, Nova Yi, hasn't been spotted out, but he does do damage. But Intense Game are on the swivel, and they should be able to get themselves up as a full squad.
Great W from Intense Game, securing all of the northern side of the map for their lonesome. Also, you could secure yourself this code on the bottom left side of your screen for $10 US on a Google Play card. There's only one use available, so do it quick. Well, otherwise, it's probably Jason King that's going to secure it for himself again. ATON, though, great angle on the 2-2 split, but Flamingo looking to get involved and take more free real estate. They're going for the push onto Bruno, and one thing we don't do is talk about Bruno or shoot him either.
Talk about Jason King looking to redeem a Coke. An Intense Game look to redeem once again a chicken dinner. This is the biggest task, the biggest challenge in front of them. ATON Esports have been able to find one. Can they find a second? Paj gets knocked down, and that is the end of Intense Game. The journey was hard. The journey was tough. They took down players. They took down squads, but they can't go out and forth as ATON gonna be third party by Flamengo.
Oh, play. He's just raining absolute hell upon their opponents there. That made a little bit too far, but still he's done some impact throughout this game. But you got to be careful. You're going to get pinched. Infinity are right behind you. Flamingo in a very bad spot, but play that laser down with the UMP. Absolute destruction was dealt.
He read your mind on the swivel, looked around, and got the shots with the red dot. Clinical play, but now Fuchs has he not give a Fuchs on that push. Gets one, gets two, looking for the third, and his teammate play is going to play double trouble, Boyle and Brobel, but Fran is going to shut them down. Gets a knocks on the Fuchs. Plays left around, and this is going to be perfect for Infinity, the third party. They get the revive, a sliver of health down to just 30%. He turns around. Fran is going to try and turn him around, and that's going to be the squad right, but the damage has been done. Infinity now going to close this game out. 1v3. Fran has his back against the wall. Nothing he can do. Go out swinging. He gets one. Maxwan, is he going to do it? He's going to whittle them down to 2. Infinity. The fear is in their eyes, but as the nades go out, the blue zone pushes closer. Fran has no time to pull off a first aid, just the in his hands and a pocket full of dreams. He's going for it, but he's being tickled down. His information, his position has been exposed, but he makes it out of the blue. And Maxman, this is absolutely incredible. Infinity close it out. Fran can do nothing, and we see the final chicken dinner of the day going over to Infinity.
Infinity get himself the win. That's a different logo and a different name, but no, that's not them. Don't worry too much about it. Infinity getting himself the win, but oh, that's for the champion one. But yeah, Alpha 7 at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, will be securing yourself this entire first day of play here for the Americas All-Star Series of 2022. They had such a massive lead. They got that 20 elimination bomb in the very first game, Imperium, and it was absolutely insane to witness. Congratulations to them. And man, once again, this team playing in the after-party showdown of PMWI, and from what we've seen today, I gotta say, they are ready for the international play.
Every single game today, bar that final game, was bang on. Like you mentioned, they started with that 20 elimination game, and from there it was kind of 11 points here, 12 points there, 14 points here, 11 points there. Yeah, that final game did technically open the door for Intense Gaming to maybe pull out the biggest upset. If one more circle had gone Intense Gaming's way, we could have been looking at different champions. But let's be fair, Alpha Gaming did such a good job of keeping that cushion around the 20-point mark that they made it a little bit easier for that poor result in the final game to still leave them as champions.
Yeah, as you go through the replays of this game, I got to say, ATON were really applying some good pressure onto the eastern side, and if the circle a little bit lucky and it actually did not force them to go uphill, never know, that could have been actually their game to win, but still some really good presence, still a second place, and Fran definitely putting God's work at the very end of that game. You've seen a lot of a difference when it comes to that chicken dinner here. Infinity able to give himself that win, and not going for a direct straight path towards the center of the circle, like they did go for some in the round the rosy kind of rotation to make sure that they do not get spotted out, do not get pressured away. So they definitely had a really good macro path to success this game. Really impressed. As yeah, Fran, really some insanely good plays with that UMP. It was a bit surprising it took that long to get the knock there, but he got it at the end of the day, and that's all that matters onto play. And yeah, intrigued to see how things were going there, but we're going to be checking out the winners match stats of Infinity for this last game, and really, Zohanzen and also Nito really doing some heavy lifting in this one.
It was definitely a good way for them to close it out, definitely. And Infinity are a team that I've seen a consistent level of rise throughout the last couple of months. Juancho is an experienced player in his own right. Played multiple PMPL North Americas as well over the years. So he adds a lot of weight and experience to the team, and look, being able to pick up on opportunities and taking advantage of teams being kind of broken, beaten, and scarred, whether it's early, mid, or late game, is an important aspect of PUBG Mobile, and Infinity did that, especially at the end of the last game.
I'm wondering how in hell did Lux get 3 assists with 0 damage? That's a question. That's a question right there. Oh.
Yeah, that is actually kind of weird.
Very interesting. He did like half a damage and he just assisted right away. But yeah, overall some good stats coming in, but we're going to be looking at the match standings of how many points were taken home. We know as a fact it was not enough regardless for Intense Game to close that gap with the position of Alpha 7 as they do secure themselves that title of champions here for the All-Star Series. But Infinity Esports still 17 points on top of that one did show their willingness to go until the very end, and potentially were able to get himself a little bit extra prize pool in their pocket.
Well, they got themselves 17 right. They were coming into this game in 5th place, so not only has that kind of guaranteed a top 5, but with Nova Esports only getting 4, has that left Infinity ahead of Nova Esports and more prize money, more of the glory per se. To me, the biggest surprise of the day has been WALLSTRETBETS. So, of course, as we look at the overall standings, we'll be able to paint a bigger picture. But for me, as a team that have struggled across various tournaments, yes, it's a very different roster. But this very different roster clearly is bringing a much better game to the table in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, I would have to say for me, Intense Game has been the team that has impressed me the most, because I think we already had expectations set for like Alpha 7, right? And we know what they can bring to the table. Like I'm not surprised if there was one team that was going to do it. I was going to say I think Alpha 7 or Influence Rage would do it. I think Influence Rage was definitely on the slow path to success today.
Yeah,
unfortunately so. But I think Intense Game is my like newcomer team that I would like to see potentially more of. I think they can bring some interesting stuff to the table, so we'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. Though we're going to be having to check out who was the MVP this time around with the rankings of the top 5 MVPs of the day, and Carrillo is up there with MVP. I guess that means 17 eliminations, and the MVP points were 10.32. So a pretty significant lead on Mafioso, another Alpha 7 member. So the Alpha 7 players are dominating the leaderboards, dominating the ranking leaderboards also. Like, they are everywhere, and there's no stopping Alpha 7.
And are we really surprised to see Skipper and Zeus Boy up there as well? Because they both stood out, especially Skipper. So well done to the top 5 of the MVP rankings.
Yeah, with that said, time to look at the overall rankings to see how much of a lead was actually created by Alpha 7 in that first place. And 82 points, they did not budge away from that 82 point lead that they created earlier on in the day. And yeah, I mean, it was a massive lead. Imperium, there's not really much to add. The truth is in the pudding that this team is absolutely insane, ready for PMWI After Party Showdown, and intrigued to see what they can do on the international stage. But intense game, as I said, my surprise was 59 points, securing himself second place, able to make it up there. And once again, the prize pool is divided between the top 5 placements, so some of the prize pool will go to Alpha 7, Intense Game, WALLSTRETBETS, Infinity Esports, and Nova Esports.
Nova, unfortunately, just kind of stuttered a little bit too much. In the end, not getting a chicken dinner was also an important aspect of that, unfortunately. And in the end, Infinity's win has pushed them ahead, so they will gain a little bit of extra prize money. I'm on point with what you said about Intense Gaming. Definitely the most impressive team in today's games. But again, just to kind of highlight WALLSTRETBETS, the most surprising team for me. And this is what I love about tournaments in PUBG Mobile, whether it's small or big, it allows these teams to surprise us.
Yeah, it's been really great fun, and a lot of impressive stuff from a lot of these teams, and we'll see if they could try and bring more to the table tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because tomorrow, we're not going to have the same format we had today. Okay, today was definitely a one-and-done deal. Tomorrow, we're going to have some fun with like some TDMs and stuff, and we're going to have some other maps around the border. It's going to be a lot of different stuff, and we're going to have some influencers join the table, and we'll see if some of your favorite influencers of PUBG Mobile will join us in tomorrow's matches. It's going to be same time, same place. Once again, it's going to be brought to you by myself and Imperium, so we'll be there to salute you and welcome you back into the fray. With that said, my name is Maxman, join with Imperium, and we'll see you next time tomorrow for some more action here of the All-Star Series.